This in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
So, Mr. Wilmarth, can you give us the roll call, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have Ashley do that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, for the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, the January 22nd, 2026, Senator Beitman, Senator Brennan, Senator Brennan,
Excuse.
Senator McEwen,
Excuse.
Senator Rothfuss,
Here.
Senator Schuler, Representative Andrew,
Excuse.
Representative Bear,
Here.
Representative Kelly,
Way over here.
Representative Nyman, Representative Yin,
Here.
Co-Chairman Heiner, Chairman Salazar. You have a quorum.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate everyone being here this morning. Appreciate the interest that this committee has in what we're doing. I want everyone to know that we are working diligently on recalibration. It's a tremendous undertaking. We're spending a lot of time. We have a lot of staff time going into this. This is still very, very fluid. And there's a lot of conversation out in the media and out in the outback about what we're doing and not doing correctly. I just want to stress that we are doing a lot of things, trying, but there's still a lot yet to be done. And with the court order, there's things that we just can't accomplish in one interim. That's why we broke this up into two sections. The traditional recalibration topics, which we're dealing with this summer and right now, and we're deferring the additional topics until next interim because we just don't want to put a Band-Aid on it. We want to do what's right. And those topics need consideration and not just we just don't have a silver bullet to fix everything in one fell swoop. And it's going to take time to hear all the testimony and do what's best for our state and for the children in the state of Wyoming. So I just want everyone to be aware, we will deal with the counselors, the security officers, the nutrition, the technology. In this bill that's being drafted, it requires us to deal with that. It's not just an option, it's a requirement that we come back in the interim and deal with those topics. So rest assured that is not being put to the side, but we just want to put the time and dedicate the effort necessary in the traditional components of recalibration so we get that part right. And then we'll move on to some of these other topics that have been mandated by the courts. So with that, thank you for your participation. We are hearing the voices that are out there. Thank you for all of that, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the members of the audience, I want you to know it's my intent to give you hours today, hours of public comment. I made that commitment in December, so you will have all the time you need for public comment today. So with that, Mr. Wilmer, what's next?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we could have a motion on the minutes from the October meeting. And then after that, we'll have Dr. Pikus, Dr. Amanda Brown, and Michael Griffith. They'll come before you and give their presentation on some updates on their report that they developed for you, and then also provide an overview of the feedback they heard last week. They convened 4 professional judgment panels. So that's what's next.
Great. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the
Is there a
minutes.
second? There's a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one more just housekeeping item. We do have public meeting room number 6 across the hall open as an overflow room. So if there are members who don't want to sit next to their neighbor, they can go over there. Or if their seating is limited, they can observe over there as well.
Sounds good. Okay. Dr. Pikus, please come up with your folks. Introduce yourself for for those looking on and take it away.
Thank you. Actually, I'm unable to get Zoom back on the network, and when I click the invitation, it just doesn't want to connect to Zoom. I think there's too much competition in the room with the wireless. But we'll try again.
So I need to shut down my YouTube?
That's correct.
It just sort of sits and spins.
I'm streaming 2 movies and playing video games.
Basically mining Bitcoin over here, so
That's actually
kind of sucking some bandwidth.
You can see the lights dim a little bit.
They just clicked the nuclear auxiliary power.
We good?
Well, she's going to set us up, but in the
Okay.
meantime, good morning, Mr. Co-Chairs, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here again. It's nice to be in Cheyenne, although I missed the view out the window behind you that we had so many times in Casper. Ashley is setting up the session so that we can show our PowerPoints and go forward. In the meantime, I can give you just a quick background or reminder of sort of what we've done in the last 6 or 7 months. It's been a long, interesting time. We presented you with a evidence-based report of our model of what we thought how schools ought to be funded in the state of Wyoming. We've had, I think we've had 18 panels where we've sought feedback. We've done 8 of them in person across the state, 4 in May, 4 in October. We did in June 4 more online. Then at some point we did 2 more around small schools and technology, I think, somewhere back there. And last week we did 4 more 2-hour panels online with participants from across the state. We had great participation. We were very successful. I see that our PowerPoints are up. I'm ecstatic. I just have to keep looking to the side so I can see them. Thank you, Ashley.
Dr. Pikus, just interrupting, I'm sorry. I count 21 individuals on your roster for consultants in your company.
Yes, sir.
We only see 3 here, but I would like to know how many actually worked actively on this recalibration
Okay.
from your staff.
Sure.
So everyone realizes this wasn't just Dr. Pikus doing this.
Ashley, can you, I think, go 2 slides. Okay, that's the 3 of us. And there's the whole team.
There's 21.
So
right
I can pull this to myself and hold it like I'm a singer or something. I can look at the thing and we'll make this work. Okay. Obviously, I'm here all the time. You know me, you know Mike, you know Amanda. On the Pikus Associates list, Alan Odden's my longtime friend, colleague, and partner. And if you look at the EB report, his name appears first. He and I have been working on this and modifying this and working on this for 30 years. Michael's here. Annabelle A. Portola did 80 to 90% of the modeling work for the model that we built. As you know, we worked with Matt Wilmarth, and he built a model of the evidence-based components, and we built a model. And our goal was they had to match. That way we knew we were doing it right. And I'm sorry to report we were a penny off. I don't remember who was a penny higher, Matt, but we decided that was close enough. If it's me who's a little bit low, I'll toss in the penny. In any case, we were pretty amazed. It took a while. It turns out to be a pretty complicated model. Chris Stoddard and Lori Taylor, you met them in October where they provided reports on those issues. Scott Price did the work on our technology section, a lot of the advice and the work on technology. Gemma Zamaro, Dave Knight, Neil Theobald, and Jennifer Imazeki wrote the research papers that related to the various topics, particularly the topics that were referenced in our report, but also in Taylor and Stoddard's reports. So they wrote papers to, is Lori Taylor doing the cost and the ECA and the RCA work correctly? I mean, I absolutely believe she was. Otherwise, I would never ask her to do this work. But Jennifer Imazeki is the second person I would call to do this if Lori wasn't available. So I asked her to write a paper to say, what do you think of the way Lori's doing it? And she said, yeah, she thinks she's doing it right. So that was our logic in all of those things. APA consulting, Amanda, why don't you tell us what everybody did?
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble getting turned green. Amanda Brown for the record. So on the APA team, Justin, Anna, and myself were the primary APA staff that were running the professional judgment panel, supporting that work. And then Jennifer Piscatelli, Michaela Tonking, and Noah Forstein were then providing some internal support as we did modeling or did the summaries of the documents.
I would add that Anna was at all of the PJ panels with me, and Amanda and Justin shared, and they each were at about half of them. So it was helpful to have them and get the feedback on all those. Activate Research is a Washington DC based research firm who we've worked with for a long time. Dinah Sparks is the president of the company. Kim Curtis wrote the paper we presented to you, I want to say in September, on CTE, and she did the interviews on how the online, the districts that have online programs, how they were funding those and how that was working. Tim was the other person who worked on the programming of the model that we built, and that leaves Kathleen, who she had a child with some health problems, so she did a little bit of work early on and then devoted her attention to her child. So but she did do a little bit of work with us, and she's part of the team in all of our things. And if we do case studies or things like that, she's generally quite involved. So I hope that's helpful to you, Representative Heiner. Yeah, but it's a fair number of folks, and it's been a good team, and I think we've worked well together, and hopefully we've given you a product that's going to work for the state of Wyoming. We can go to the next slide, Ashley. Okay, so today our group, we're not going to be very long here, and then we'll turn it over to the next steps on the thing. We're going to give you a summary of the changes to the EB report since the October meeting. We talked about those at the meeting, and we'll summarize those. And then a discussion of the 4 PJ panels from the week of January 12th. That was pretty tricky to get you a summary much before this week, since the last one was Thursday afternoon of last, so a week ago, right? Today's Thursday? I'm losing track of the days. Okay, so the next slide, I think you go changes the evidence model, go one more. So the 3 changes that we made to the EB model since October was we changed the school prototypes. And in the Wyoming model, the prototypes, we conceptualized them when we first built this as sort of a 1 unit, a 2 unit, and a 3 unit school. That is, a 1 unit school has 1 first grade class, 1 second grade class, 1 third grade class, 2 unit school, 2 of each, and on we go. And then from that, we multiplied those numbers up based on enrollments of children. And they were originally designed, those numbers that are there, around the 16 and 21 numbers that were in Wyoming back in 2005 when we started this. In our other states, we use 150, 300, and 450, but those numbers are just really a little big for Wyoming. They don't make a lot of sense. As we moved to the recommendation of 15 and 25, we worked with Matt quite a bit. We tried to find numbers that made sense, and we landed on 110, 220, and 330. So those are the prototypes that are in the model for schools here in Wyoming. The second change was in October, I presented you with a memo that revised how we sort of allocated personnel for central office. We added a couple of different titles around technology so that instead of having people doing technology in schools, as originally envisioned in the model 20 years ago, the people who are supporting technology, instead of helping teachers figure out how to use their computers, which teachers now know how to do really, really well, they're in supporting teachers, providing network connections, network security, the kinds of issues that make more sense for technology, and then sort of adjusted some of the titles. Largely, it made it easier to allocate and think about what the salaries for each of the type of positions would be. So that was what in that memo. And then we had the small school funding cliff effects. As you recall, that there were instances where a school would lose a fraction of ADM, and would lose sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that was challenging. Dr. Brown put together an idea where we sort of stepped down 1.5% per ADM, and then I think Matt told me that one evening it came to him how to program that, and so we worked on that, and it seemed to work. But the basic idea is take the ratio of the staff that would be generated at the 50 students, and then work that down one student at a time, and then when you hit one teacher, then you stop. And every school gets at least one assistant principal and one teacher. And up to 50, there's still the funding for the assistant principal. So that fits into the model, and that works. But those are these kinds of complications that it took us so long to build the model. Is how do you do that? And we started by just taking the model that was approved for the current year, and then building in flexibility to make changes and do adjustments. And Matt, who is, I can't speak to the people in the department, but of everybody I know in the world, Matt knows that model in and out better than anybody. And he took his own way to try to simplify the model and make it work. And my reading of his model, and I spent some weekend days just looking at it and going crazy. And we got to the same point. And Annabelle has worked with us in the past on modeling in other states. And she's like Matt, she's a stickler for detail, and which I'm not always. So it's good. I'd have been happy if the models had been $35,000 apart. Well, out of a 1.7 million or something, billion, I decided that'd probably be okay for now. But they were right, and we got there. So we're able to say we did it the right way. And that is where we stand. I guess there's sort of a fourth thing here. So I guess there were three things. Is in the evidence-based report this year, at Alan's thinking, we added money for instructional resources for the 5 categories of struggling students. And when we talked about that, when I came in to talk about it, I had a little skepticism in some areas. You showed more. And so we continue to provide some instructional resources at $50 per student in the category for English language learners and for summer school, under the theory that in both of those are programs where teachers come and work with students, and they probably need some other materials. But for extended day and for tutors, you don't need it. If you come to see a tutor, you bring, in the theory, the materials you're already working in your class. For extended day, it's the same way. And what's the fifth one here? My brain's not going real well. Summer school, just straight pupil support, which is counseling and other kinds of work like that. And probably they don't need instructional materials for that. So we left 2 of them in and took 3 of them out in the model. So those are the changes we made. I can stop and answer any questions before I go on to the next section. Thank you, Ashley. And now we'll talk about comparison to total model cost. This was just a really quick thing. I think everybody knows this, but the current law would generate $1.798 billion. The EB model is just about 100 million more than that. The recommendations that the committee brought to us or came to at the end of the October meeting were just about $12 million more than the current law, and about $88 million less than the evidence-based model. So that's where the world starts today. We can move on, I think. Okay, well, I'm gonna turn this over to Amanda. Every once in a while, I think there's a table or something where we may decide I'm going to say something, and we'll figure that out as it goes along. But other than that, I'm going to leave it to Amanda.
All right. Thank you, Larry. So I want to start off by saying we held 4 more professional judgment panels last week. As we have for all of them, we'll be producing a full summary of everything that we heard, but we wanted to bring forward some of the key themes that were emerging. So these are not everything we heard, but the kind of 5 major themes that were emerging out of that work. The first being around categorical versus block grants, how ADM are counted, some pieces around staffing, both ratios and the small schools piece, salaries and health insurance. So I think not just last week, but out of all the panels that we had the last several months, the first thing that was usually said was how important the block grant was and that flexibility. So we heard quite a bit of opposition to the increased use of categorical funds. So as you may know, in the current model, there's only a few items that are categorical: CTE equipment and supplies, then instructional facilitators, coaches, summer school, and extended day. But the rest is a flexible block grant. So some concerns that were coming up, particularly around the select committee's recommendations, were questions around how instructional resources, if they were contained, how would that be defined? Concerns about how that might reduce local flexibility and decision-making, implications for districts with online programs. Also concerns about at the kind of the interplay between this and reserve amounts and their ability to make those flexible choices. And districts would also like to see, even beyond what is currently happening in the model, the summer school, extended day, and coaches being moved into the block grant. So then the team recommends that the block grant be retained except for instructional facilitators, coaches, which Larry can speak to more about the decision why those have been held out. Generally, when you look at the evidence, there's not a lot of support for restricting categorical restrictions on improving student outcomes. And the purpose of the categorical grants traditionally has been to target dollars to specific populations versus trying to contain them for a specific purpose in broad sense. Larry, anything you want to add there? Okay, next slide, Ashley. Okay. Another concern area we heard a lot about was the average daily membership. So the committee's recommendation was to move to just using prior year, which would reduce the count of ADM by about 2,000 students. We heard universal support from the field for continuing to have a soft landing approach, with concerns that using just a single year creates funding shifts that may be difficult for planning. The loss of a few students, if they're spread out across grades, doesn't really change how you're going to budget or staff in a given year. And overall, there's been declining enrollment kind of statewide for several years, not just in Wyoming, we're seeing this across the country. Our recommendation would still be to have a soft landing. Your current soft landing is the greater of the prior year or the 3-year average. I think as we've shared in earlier presentations, there's different ways that states think about doing these soft landings that can still provide that soft landing, but maybe not be as expansive as the 3-year average, such as a 2-year average, better of current prior year or the year before that, or then other states use more of a cap on how big of the decline there can be. So those are some other approaches to still make sure there's that soft landing. Staffing. So there was a lot of concern and a lot of talk about the changes in the class size ratios of moving from the 16-1 in elementary school to the 21 and above for secondary, to the 15-1 K through 3 and 25-1 for 4 through 5. So that was an area of concern. And this is just a quick comparison of what does the model currently provide versus the EB model versus the recommendations. Current law is about 7,200 teachers. The EB model is lower at 7,120 or so, and the committee's recommendations is just under 7,000. So just to give you a little framing and benchmark of the differences that generates. And just to clarify, teachers includes core teachers, elective teachers, CTE, minimum teachers, small school teachers, so coaches and tutors. So it's a pretty exhaustive list of what we call teacher. Okay. Another area of concern was that we heard very strongly was the small district adjustment. Particularly this difference in approach of how you treat co-located schools. Instead of treating them as separate schools, funding them as a single school, which would mean they're subject to the highest minimum teacher for that grade band. So in a small school, therefore, would only generate 7 or 9 teachers. And that was considered, I like how you put this, completely inadequate by the PJP panels. We heard very strongly that this was just a huge miss. Yeah, did we get that? Yeah, this was terrible. So recommendations, we still recommend shifting from the current minimums that are 6, 8, and 10 to 6, 7, and 9. But consider thinking about K through 12 schools differently, or schools that cross multiple grade bands. So if you decided not to just fund at the grade band level and instead fund at the highest grade, you might want to consider a separate minimum for K through 12 schools. The feedback that we heard consistently through the PJPs was that they were supportive of either maintaining or expanding on the minimum teacher requirements that was already in place. So just to reiterate, The current small district adjustment provides at least one teacher per grade plus specials. So if you thought about that in a K-12 environment, that generates about 17 teachers. That's actually consistent with what we heard when we did similar work in Colorado. So just to give you a little outside perspective benchmark there. And then a consideration, I think, throughout this, any reductions over a period of time is preferable to doing it in a single year. Yep. Oh, please.
I asked for permission to jump in. If I were sitting back there, I would be saying, how could anybody ever have thought a school with 100 or 100 and 200 students could make it go at K-12 with 9 students? And I was trying to figure out, why did we still have that in our report? And most states we work in don't have schools like that in the way they do. And it came out of the 2005 recalibration, where we went through this, and that was sort of laying on the table there. And the legislature appropriated what at the time were very different minimums, much larger, and the small school adjustment, which we've recommended not needing anymore. And so with the legislative grace that you had, it just sort of got lost in everything that went on. And suddenly when we read our report carefully, it said 9 teachers, and I stood there and I said at the PJs, yeah, it says 9. And realistically, I think that the 6, 7, and 9 makes more sense. In a school of K-12 of 150 to 200 students, how you could only make it work with 9 teachers seemed pretty unreasonable. Going from 24 to 22 seems like it's a little bit of a cut, but still a fairly generous number of teachers in a school of that size. So basically, I'm just standing up and says my fault. So they're all back there going, yeah, they won't throw too many darts at me right now. But, it's so just want to make sure we all understood what had happened. And I really was trying to figure out why it had happened, and spent the week at the PJs last week trying to figure out what's going on. And that's sort of what happened. So it's 20 years of experience going forward. So I'm glad we straightened it out.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So the next piece that came up quite a bit was salaries. And we want to name, there was some confusion and need for more information about how salaries were being talked about in this model. So the average salaries are based on Chris Stoddard's report, and they're then adjusted by the HWI that was calculated by Lori Taylor. What gets a little tricky is when you use the non-rebased HWI, you apply that to the average salary, because it's kind of an up and down figure. When you instead apply it only going up, you base it, or rebase it as it's called, at the lowest point, which means instead of applying it to the average salary in the model, you apply it to the baseline teacher salary. So while the average is the same in the 2 scenarios, kind of where the number that's applied to is a little different, just via math. So the average teacher salary in the model is $70,560, whereas the baseline teacher before the RCA is applied is $63,504. And again, the lowest point and the average are the same in both scenarios. It's just how you apply the HWI to that gets a little confusing. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
Dr. Brown, so the new baseline salary before RCA will be 63,504. Could you remind me what the current law baseline salary is?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know
Dr.
that off the top of
Pikus?
my head.
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that in the current model, and Matt will give you the exact number, but it's like around 44,000. But it's somewhat computed, it's a little differently computed, because the other thing that's in the current model are the adjustments for education experience that went away. And so what we were really trying to do was not only use the baseline, the RCA is computed differently as well compared to how it's done now. But what we were trying to do in putting that bottom number in the model was ensure that no district found itself having an average teacher salary then reduced because their average experience and education was less than the statewide average. And when that was first implemented in the early models that MAP did, that was problematic to many school districts. And the solution was to start at the bottom and work up, and then everybody got more. Again, the effect is the same. As Dr. Taylor said, if her HWI is based at 100. And they go from 90 to, I want to say 133. And when you, well, no, to 117. And
Other than Teton.
yeah, and then when you but then when you rebase it, you essentially set the 90% at 100 and then add everybody up. So then it goes to 133 is the highest. But the effect on each district is exactly the same. You take their HWI and compare it to the 70,000, and whichever direction we come at it, the algebra works the same way, and the average salary that district receives is exactly the same. So this is just a process whereby nobody sees a number that says you get 70,000, but oops, you have lower educational costs, so you only get 63,000. And we start at 63 and everybody builds up. It's arithmetic, if that's helpful.
Mr. Wilmarth, do you have that number?
Mr. Chairman, we're coming at this in two different ways than the current law. There really isn't a baseline average salary built into the current model. I think and I'll have this later this afternoon in my presentation. I would look on this as an average salary. So the average model salary in your current model for a teacher is approximately $63,564. That accounts for all regional cost adjustments and staff characteristic adjustments. Under the select committee's recommendation, the statewide average salary is slightly higher than that, as recommended by Dr. Stoddard. It comes to about $70,785. And that's taking into account all the generated teachers through your model, plus the regional cost adjustments. And so that's why it's slightly higher. That equates to about a 11% increase statewide for the teacher salaries.
Thank you. And just one other clarification that gets confused, that when we talk about a baseline or an average salary, that's not starting salary. So just there's a few different salaries that folks talk about. And I think the general feedback being concerned that the salary wasn't high enough, maybe you need to be thinking about a higher starting salary. So next slide. Okay. So another concern that has come up on both the kind of scale of salaries is how they're being calculated. So we've recommended moving to an average statewide salary. In your current model, each district receives kind of a differentiated average salary for their district based on the experience and education of their staff. What we are recommending is instead you use a statewide average instead of individually adjusting by district. In part for reasons that include the research on kind of how impactful education and experiences can be a little mixed. And it's actually emerging research that you want to see more variety of skill levels and education levels and experience levels in your teaching staff. Having a mix of folks is actually good for collaboration. It's shown to be more effective. And there's some research around paying for knowledge and skills being more linked to student achievement than education and experience. And then finally, the current approach is inequitable in the sense that districts that are able to attract more experienced teachers have an advantage over other districts that may struggle. And I do want to make one clarifying point. It's that the model is no longer adjusting kind of for the district's average based on the experience and education of their staff. It is different than precluding districts from continuing to fund on steps and lanes or making those adjustments internally. It's the mechanism for how they're funded, not suggesting that you would remove that from how districts actually then staff. Okay. And next slide. So similar information. So there was the same concerns over the loss of being able to have individual adjustments for districts with higher experienced staff being able to receive compensation in the model for that. And next slide. Okay, health insurance was the final area we really wanted to elevate. Lots of concerns about moving to the proposed change to require all districts to participate in the state plan. Concerns that were raised around the flexibility, that it would preclude their flexibility of using the Black grant as they see fit. It would either limit employee options, increase employee costs. We heard a lot about particularly communities that are near other states, their ability to see doctors in other states was raised as a concern. And then what really, again, this interplay with the impact of reserves and cash flow as you make these other changes in the system. Larry, anything to add?
I don't think I have anything to add. I can try to further clarify anything or leave it to Dr. Brown to clarify if you have questions.
Any questions that you have? Any questions? Yes, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on the PJPs. I just wondered if you had a good mix of educators, administrators, public. Just kind of wondered about that, if you had some thoughts.
Do you have a final count?
I don't.
I unfortunately forgot to ask for final count, an unduplicated count, because in the 18 sessions we did, attendance ranged from probably a low of 20 or 25 to as many as 35 or 40 people.
I think 50 on the
We
list.
had lots of teachers. We had some school board members. We had community people who said, I just want to know what's going on. We had business managers. We had school superintendents. And I want to thank many of the individuals who attended the meetings, because not only did they attend multiple meetings and help us work these things through, but they also were happy to answer our questions on the phone when we wanted more information or we needed to understand things. And honestly, in some instances, it kind of felt like old home week or something. Some of the folks at these PJ panels have been meeting with us and doing this since 2005. So some have been friends for a long time. And at least one member of the committee, we did a project between the first two recalibrations with the University of Wyoming, where we collected a lot of data from every school in the state. And we worked with EDD students at the University of Wyoming, and at least one of whom, Alan, was on their dissertation committee. We offered to be, and only one took us up, but he was at many of the sessions. And there were vigorous debates often and very good, but their feedback was very much appreciated, and their frankness and willingness to challenge the assumptions in the model was, I think, important to helping refine the model and make it better reflect the needs of Wyoming. So I want to thank everybody who came, but there were hundreds and hundreds of people who attended. I think we have all the names, so we will in the final report we'll get a list of all the names who were at all of the sessions, and it'll be a duplicated count. So we'll see how many people came multiple times. And I want to thank everybody who did, because we truly appreciate their feedback.
Other questions?
Mr. Co-Chair, I don't think so. I sense that as Mr. Wilmarth does his presentation, I believe you've asked us to sit up here with you, and we'll work together to clarify the issues as they come forward, and talk about what happened. And I'm sure you'll hear many of the things that we summarized here today in the feedback that you get from the members of the education community as the day goes on. I recognize many of them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Wilmarth, what do we have? We have public comment starting then?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have public comment on each of these topics today. And so maybe if you want to kind of hone in on the public comment related to the PJ panels or any responses to the modifications in the model.
I would like to do that. So we'll start public comment now, starting with the panel comments. And committee, it's going to be my suggestion, or how I run this meeting today, is that I'm going to ask for parents to come up first for public comment. After the parents, then anyone in the education community, as far as school staff, superintendents, principals, teachers. So with that being said, as I mentioned to you before, this is going to be a day full of public comment, and we're providing that time. So with that being said, is there anyone who'd like to give public comment on the issues that we've heard so far who is a parent? Anyone? Please come forward. Welcome. Good to have you here. If you could just introduce yourself to us and take it away.
All right. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
And members of the committee. My name is Katie Christofferson. I'm a parent here in Laramie County 1. I went to school in Riverton, though, and in Casper. So I've lived in several places throughout the state. But I'm here to speak in support of Wyoming students and public education statewide. Thank you for all your work on this, as well as LSO, too. After attending your October meeting, I hope to see a stronger partnership with parents, educators, and administrators through full funding of public education. While I respect financial responsibility, I do not believe underfunding the evidence-based model is the right approach. When I last spoke to the committee, I urged careful consideration of how the evidence-based model works in practice and encouraged listening to superintendents and district business managers who understand its real impacts on districts, staff, and students. I am back today as one of your constituents, concerned that the proposed funding moves even further from those recommendations with serious consequences statewide. I want to briefly highlight some of my major concerns. First, using prior ADM instead of rolling average removes an important buffer for districts with declining enrollment and accelerates budget cuts without adequate time for planning. This was not recommended in the evidence-based model. Second, requiring all districts to move to the state health insurance plan raises serious questions about cost, recruitability, impacts to employee paychecks, and loss of local control, especially when only one district currently chooses that option. Third, increasing class sizes in grades 4 through 12 would reduce the number of funded teachers, and many, particularly older school buildings, may not be physically equipped to accommodate larger class sizes. Even though it's just it's 4 or whatever, that doesn't necessarily calculate. It can be upwards of, it can be more than that. Fourth, reducing minimum FTEs in small schools would significantly strain schools that are already operating with limited staffing. I heard that one small K-12 school would go from 16 teachers to 9. Fifth, reducing middle school specialists while not providing CTE funding for those grades limits the opportunities for students during critical development years. Sixth, not applying an annual external cost adjustment to several key categories shifts those pressures directly onto districts. Seventh, calculating average salary statewide while removing education and experience gives the illusion of higher salaries while may not actually doing so. Eighth, placing restrictions on superintendent salaries may make it harder to retain experienced administrators who are deeply invested in Wyoming communities. I don't know if you knew this, but 34 of Wyoming's 48 superintendents, so that's about 71%, are Wyoming natives or decade-long residents hired through rigorous local board processes. And as a parent, I do trust them to advocate for Wyoming students. When experienced local leaders raise concerns, I believe it is essential that those concerns be heard and weighted seriously. Finally, there remains a lack of prioritization on those things that you will continue to study. And as a parent, and other parents across Wyoming will be watching closely for that meaningful action. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for coming this morning. Are there any questions? Thank you again. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Any other parents in the room here who would like to testify, give public comment? Is there anyone online that we can identify who is a parent? Well, with that then, do we have a list of those who are here who'd like to give public comment at this time?
Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay. Then I'll just open it up. Is there anyone in this room who would like to give public testimony of what they have heard so far? Please come forward then. We would like to hear from you. And we have 4 seats here up front. If you want to just fill them, that provides additional time for people who want to give comments who are behind you. So welcome. If you could just introduce yourself and please, we'd like to hear your comments.
Thank you, co-chairs. Kristen Mayo, business manager from Teton County. Thank you for your time. I am surprised. I participated in the most recent round of PJP panels, and I know I spoke to the regional cost adjustment, although that wasn't listed in the presentation. So I want to provide some information to the committee around what I spoke about then and some information about Teton County. I'm going to focus on the RCA these next 2 days because it's the most important piece for our community and to be able to offer an equitable education to the students of Teton County. And that's where I want to start. And I want to lead you through why the current proposal doesn't allow us to offer an equitable education to the students of Teton County. In the recent proposal, there's the HWI and the rebased hedonic wage index. Interestingly enough, when I run the calculations between the two, the salary for Teton County with the hedonic wage index is $93,100. The salary with the rebased is $93,986. It's only a difference of $886. So whether you go with a hedonic wage index or the rebased, I'd be interested to see for all of the different districts, really what the difference is there. What kind of difference does that make because you're changing that base salary and how that's calculated? So on the surface, it looks vastly different, but then when you really get into the numbers, it's not that big of a difference for us anyway. So if the base salary or the average salary in Teton County is $93,986, if you look at what it would cost to own a home or to rent a home, the average suggestion is 30% of your income goes to housing. That leaves $2,300, $2,350 a month for housing for somebody making $93,986. In our newspaper, which I picked up last week, there is 3 rentals in Jackson available. That's it, 3 rentals. The first one, which is most applicable to this process that I'm going through right now, for a single teacher, a one bedroom in a 4-bedroom house is $30,000 a month, which means that total annual rent is $38,000 a month. That's before any utilities, before anything else. For that to meet that 30% requirement for housing, the salary would need to be $126,667. I could go into depth of what's offered in Victor and Driggs, and it's really not that much different than what's offered in Jackson right now. Housing everywhere is increasing dramatically. So when we say our salary in Teton County is going to be $93,986, that's about $30,000 short of being able to afford to live in our community. Voicing this and trying to get some information behind how the hedonic wage index is calculated has been very frustrating. I've asked for it several times. I've not received it. It's not a transparent process. On the most recent PJP call, Dr. Pike has said that he would get that to us. Still have not received it. It's not been posted. Right now, we're looking at numbers on a page. I don't know how we can accept that as a reasonable cost of living. I could definitely draft something that has numbers on a page that would work better. That's rent. That's rent in Teton County. I just received the 2025 market report published by Sotheby's in Jackson Hole. The average price of a condo or a townhome is $1.7 million. In order to make that purchase, you'd have to have $350,000 down and $8,300 a month would be your mortgage payment. A single family home average price is $6.2 million. You'd have to have $1.3 million down and your monthly mortgage payment would be $30,000 a month. The current model as proposed, or the current bill as proposed, reduces our funding for teachers by $9,200 a year, reduces us by $9,200 a year. We're not even scratching the surface with the current model, and now the proposal is to reduce us. I think it's very clear that what the proposal is right now as it stands won't allow us to offer an equitable education to students in Teton County. One, because we can't compete with outlying states, but now we're not going to be able to compete with other counties either. We know that the majority of our population, well, I wouldn't even say majority because we just did a study, 20 to 30% of our staff live in outlying communities. If we can't have one carrot with a salary, one carrot saying, come work for us, we won't have any teachers at all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kristen, can you repeat how much of a cut the current recommendation would be?
$9,200 per teacher.
Do you know what the top line for that for the entire school district budget is?
If you go with the hedonic wage index, it's $10 million for Teton County. And it's not quite apples to apples. We don't have a formula that we're able to calculate. This is rough math. If you go with the rebased, it's about $6.4 million. And that's all of the components, but the RCA is a problem for us.
Senator McEwen?
Just a quick question. A couple years back, we voted an 8.3% pay increase for all teachers. How much did the teachers in Teton County receive of that 8.3%?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We did not increase salaries, and the reason for that is because 2 years prior to you all voting the 8% increase, our board agreed to preload. We called it preload the RCA. So we actually were paying ahead of regional cost adjustment for our community because we needed that to recruit and retain teachers. So when the 8.3 came through, we had taken the money that we had spent on salaries from our cash reserve. So this was our opportunity to start. And if you look at the reports from LSO, you can see that Teton County never got near the 30%. We have spent every dollar, every dime we can on salaries and benefits. And I would again encourage the committee to look at total compensation, not just salaries, because that's a huge part of it. Different communities weigh different pieces of their compensation differently. We pay more in benefits than we do necessarily comparatively in salaries. Our salaries are still very high. We've tried to stay on model as closely as possible, and then offer a very rich benefits package. We're now reconsidering doing that because the questions we've gotten from this committee around salaries only and not total compensation. But to answer your question, we didn't give an increase at that time outside of a step increase because we had already done that 2 years prior and the following year before the increase was granted.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kristen, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Well, this is the irony on equity is not lost on me this morning. You guys are a recapture district, correct?
Yes.
How much money do you have to cut the check to the state? How much is that every year that you have to?
This year it's 70 million. And when we start to talk about what our recapture money is, I think one thing that a lot of people leave out is the 12 mills in property taxes that are coming straight to the state. So the $70 million that we're sending this year to the state for the foundation program doesn't include the additional 40 million that's coming straight from our treasurer. So the total this year that Teton County sends is $104 million to the foundation program. Our block grant is only 59 million. So we're way over what we're even receiving from the block grant. And it's important to now have this conversation about what the 12 mills is too. So let's say we go with the hedonic wage index, we're reduced another $10 million. Now we're sending $115 million to the state. I support this model. I believe in equitable education for all students in Wyoming, but this bill does not allow us to do that in Teton County.
Follow up,
Please.
So if you could keep that money, you wouldn't be sitting here, you wouldn't have a problem because you'd be able to pay your teachers what they need to be able to survive in Teton County.
Absolutely.
And your equity argument wouldn't have to apply because you guys are taking care of your people. This whole
Best facilities in the state.
the problem is this system we built on equity screws people like you and your district. So equity sounds great on paper, but at the end of the day, when there's outliers like Teton County, this does not work.
I
So
support that statement.
we've got to, and we're trying to build this system as best we can based on what the courts tell us we have to do via equity. This is the problem with equity and socialism. It doesn't really work all that great. It sounds great, but it really truly doesn't work. I am so sorry you have to deal with this because if you guys could have kept a portion even of the recapture money, you could solve this problem locally and you wouldn't be coming to the state for help.
I agree. And I actually have a proposal around that if you'd like to hear it.
Absolutely.
I believe if you all capped the recapture amount at the amount of the foundation guarantee, that would mean that Teton County would be funding a similar school district our size at a similar funding level, and then the remaining dollars would be kept in our community. So if you're a recapture district and your recapture is capped at the amount of your foundation guarantee, you're doing your part to contribute to equity, but then you also benefit from and really can provide for your education in your community.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions? I will say this, and it's not going to be my intent to comment on everyone's, but I will say this. I've made a commitment with Representative Yin to, you're an anomaly, and we need to fix it. So,
In a good way.
in a good way. And what is drafted now as a bill, I'm going to guess is not going to be the same by tomorrow at the end of the day. So, but I want you to know, we are putting our heads together to help Jackson.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Co-Chairs, members of the committee, my name is Jeremy Smith. I'm the business manager for Sheridan County School District number 1. I came up to talk about one topic and one topic only, health insurance, but Mr. Chairman, I find compelled to respond to the question of equity. If local wealth is going to determine what we're able to offer to our students, we would stop offering education at 3rd grade in our district. We receive 70% of our funding from the school foundation program. So thank you, Teton County, for having Harrison Ford live in your district and pay a lot of taxes. But to be fair, Mr. Chairman, equity absolutely has to exist. You can refer to it in any other vocabulary term you wish, but the students whose families have bled and died for multiple generations in the Tongue River Valley or in the Little Goose Valley that we serve, it's not their fault that the Tetons are an attractant to wealthy people. And there is no minerals in our district. None, zero. We have a couple gravel pits. So it's all local wealth. It's ag, it's residential. So Mr. Chairman, do not please throw the baby out with the bathwater when you're doing this. Understand that our district would stop serving students at 3rd grade. Good luck if it depended on what we could afford. So I just want to make that point. Now, the reason I'm up here, Mr. Chairman, I hope to make your meeting much, much shorter today because I'm gonna give you some advice on health insurance. You have to get off what you're trying to do here. And I appreciate the sentiment, why it might seem like a good idea, but here's why this is a horrible idea. And I appreciate the reasoning perhaps, but in our district, our employees over decades have chosen a higher salary relative to benefit because they need to buy groceries. They need to buy a house. They need to save for their kids' college education, et cetera. So the model funds our district something to the tune of about 18 grand per model FTE for health insurance. We built a way better mousetrap than you guys have at the state. We only need to spend $12,400. That's what we spend on average is $12,400. That $6,000 doesn't just fly away or go to some, mythical pot in the sky. It goes to salaries. It goes right to the ability for a custodian to buy a house, right? Because health insurance is the same for every person. It doesn't matter, whether you're a custodian, the price, right? We all know that. It doesn't matter. And so if you do what you're contemplating in this recount and mandating that we go there, our district has 2 choices. We can go to every employee and go, that $400 a month you're getting in your paycheck to buy groceries? Sorry, sucker. It's got to come back to us to give you a health insurance benefit you don't want. Because if they wanted it, we would have done it a long time ago. So we understand how these things work in real life. So our choices are go to every single employee, take $400 or $500 a month from their paycheck to give them a benefit they don't want, or we got to fire 12 more teachers to fund $1 million of a benefit they don't want. So I'm imploring the committee, strike section 3 from your bill, in total. Don't waste anyone else's time today testifying about how the state health insurance plan works, because it doesn't work for us. It won't work for us. And that's true for the other 47 districts who have not chosen it, right? It's been available. We could have always done this. So I just implore you, Mr. Chairman, and this committee, strike Section 3 totally. Don't waste anyone's time today hearing how the state program works, because it doesn't for us. I mean, it's a massive government takeover of private industry. That's what you're contemplating by doing that. You're saying the state knows better than the local. And by God, we're going to give you a benefit you don't want. Well, gee, thanks. So I'm just telling you, Mr. Chairman, please do not waste anyone's time today. Just go, boom, we're not doing health insurance. We got it. Thank you. I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, co-chairs, rest of the committee, Scott Stoltz, Superintendent, District 2. Thank you again for the opportunity to share information. The specific point that I would like to address at this time is class size, which is the model that was presented to you regarding the evidence-based model and what is purported to be, based on evidence, the best model to have the greatest impact on student learning. I would absolutely unequivocally say that is incorrect. It absolutely is not the model that has represented the quality of education that our students need and deserve. The current model that exists as it is spot on. We are able to use that model to present and to provide the quality education that each student in District 2 gets. And when we look at data and we want to talk about student proficiency and how our kids achieve, it's because of that. And when we chose to increase class sizes in grades 4 through 12 to 25-1, you're going to tell me that the evidence-based model would tell you that 55 fourth graders, that's a class size of 27 and 28, looks different than a class size of 18 and 19? Yes, it does. And can we reach more and all students in that smaller class size? Of course we can. And we are doing it. But the recommendation is absolutely making class sizes the mode of how and what is best for the learning of our kids. That doesn't work. If we use the class size model that's currently presented, here's what happens to District 2. We lose 14 elementary teachers. We lose 13 junior high teachers. We lose 10 high school teachers to the tune of 37 classroom and specialist teachers. Will that have an impact on how our kids achieve and the success that they deliver, whether it's in or outside of the classroom? Of course it is. When we talk about not just academics, but social, emotional, the relationships that we're able to build with our kids, unequivocally happens with smaller class sizes and the opportunity to do that each and every day. When we start packing kids in classrooms and we just deliver a generic curriculum and a delivery of lecture for the entire time, yeah, that can happen. But what is the results going to look like? Not good. Class size matters. It absolutely does. And when you look at the research, there is a lot of howevers regarding class size. However, what about this? However, what about that? The research is absolutely not clear that class size does or doesn't matter. There's enough research to say it absolutely does matter. Class size does have a big impact on student learning. It is critically important to the learning of our students. I would truly implore you to rethink the recommendation that Picus and Associates are providing you regarding what does class size model look like. 15-1 in K through 3, great. It's right now 16-1. That works for us. But then when we move from fourth grade to 12th grade at 25-1, as opposed to 4th and 5th at 16-1, and then grades 6 through 12 at 21-1, those all work for us. So please rethink that. It has a major impact on the quality of education. In addition to that, we know that that's complemented, if you will, with the increase of tutors and the increase of summer school and after school programs. Certainly that's applauded. It's understood that can we have more of an impact on kids? Sure. However, let's think about our most at-risk kids. Where do we have the biggest impact on our most at-risk kids? It's during the school day. If we honestly believe that after school, before school, and summer school, that we're going to get our most at-risk kids to come to school, we're lucky to get them there during the bell time from the start of school to the end of school, and then we're going to ask them to have a bigger difference because they're not going to come to summer school? No, you're kidding yourself. Those things don't happen. Like I said, we're doing our best to get them there during the regular day. Honestly, we're not getting them there after school and in summer school. The biggest difference is Tier 1 instruction from bell to bell is where it matters most, and that's when our kids are there. So my recommendation is implore you to please rethink the class size model. What we currently have is working. Please do not change that. Questions? Of course, you bet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matt Davidson. I'm the superintendent in Bighorn 1. Yeah, I want to speak specifically in reference to small schools and small districts. And I sent an email to each of you on last Friday, to share the concerns for our district with the proposed changes with co-located schools and funding staff at the highest grade band rather than at each grade band. And I just give you a little context in our district. All of our communities are small. Over the years, the district has, on their own, made the hard decision to close schools in Otto, in Franny, in Deaver, and in Byron. And I can tell you that in a small community, the school is the heart of the community. And when you cut out the heart, the lifeblood slowly drains in the whole body. The whole body is impacted. In the proposal for staffing that was there prior to Dr. Pikes' change in recommendation today, that would have caused us to possibly close more schools in those small communities. I don't think we could have offered educational program that would have been excellent. And I think everyone in here wants to do that, right? Whether you're in Claremont or Tensleep or Meeteetse or Burlington or Rocky, we want to prepare our kids for the future, and we want them to have opportunities to pursue any dream that they have. And I think we're doing that. I think we are. So I certainly appreciate Dr. Pikes stating that recommendation was a mistake, and I want to support small schools, small districts, having funding for staff at each grade band, a minimum, so that we can continue to serve our communities, serve our students, and be excellent in what we do. In Wyoming, small schools, small communities, that really is Wyoming, and it's a strong tradition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Any questions? Thank you again. Recognizable face here. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chase Christensen, Superintendent, Sheridan County School District number 3. I'm going to begin my testimony with a jump, and I'm sorry if it's the wrong thing to do, but I want to read you a little bit of your own words. It says, whereas rural schools in Wyoming have been integral to educating our children and are important for keeping rural families together, promoting social cohesion, and preserving community identity. It goes on to say later in, the members of the Wyoming legislature commit to ensuring rural and isolated families do not have to fight to gain access to an education for their children, and that keeping families together and providing them with a complete and uniform system of public instruction is in the public's best interest. I'm going to extend the comment that we were just able to hear. I want to commend Dr. Pikes on changing his recommendation to the committee and recognizing that there was a hole in what was recommended last time we met. He had heard quite a bit about that. Last week, I asked him specifically, in the time that we had gone from original recommendation to where we were in mid-January, after hearing hundreds and hundreds of hours of people speaking to him, what he had changed in his recommendation. And he showed that to us today, and he added to it a little bit. And it made the effect that, as we heard Superintendent Davidson say, as you will hear through this entire chain, the funding for my district was going to go from 16 and a half teachers to 9. And thanks to Dr. Pikes' recommendation, that is at 17. So I'm not going to ask what I was originally prepared to do today, but I am going to help justify where that recommendation is. The way that we operate in the state, if we were to identify a K-12 school at its highest grade band of high school and only allocate 9 teachers, I firmly believe that a high school in this state serving the number of students that I'm able to serve could get by with 9 teachers. But I don't run a high school. I run a K-12 school. And because of WDE regulations and what the legislature has put forward and PTSB certification, I cannot take a biology teacher from the high school and put them in a 2nd grade classroom. The way our teachers are certified, it's either K-6 or 6-12. We can't take a K-6 teacher and move them up. We can't take a 6-12 teacher and move them down in most instances. It makes it so that there is no way to deliver the basket of goods to our children with 9 teachers. Already in our district, I am unable to offer an in-person class to instruct world languages or computer science that are part of the basket of goods. So already I am not able to meet the requirements of the state without reaching out to other districts, reaching out to Sheridan College and taking their help and having my students receive that education in a virtual online manner, which I do not believe is ideal. I think that we should be delivering and providing for the basket of goods in every one of our schools in the state, as the resolution you passed last year stated. We owe that to our children. We owe that to our families, and that's what our communities need. Again, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Pikes for making that change. I think the recommendation of 17 teachers for a K-12 school is adequate, and it might help us move away from we have to make the little fixes here and there. If we say 17 for a K-12, that takes care of the small districts. Thank you. I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Hello, committee. I am Annie Griffin, the proud superintendent of Washakie County School District Number 2 in Ten Sleep, Wyoming. We are, for the 2nd year in a row, the #1 school, academic school in the state per YTOP. And that's not just in small districts, that's in every district. And so what we are doing in our district is working. I am, like I told you, the special ed director and the superintendent. So as we go through, I want to look at this because I want to make sure that I give you the accurate numbers I've asked my business manager to pull. I'm here to address the issue that I see regarding the FTEs. In the current bill, like Chase said, we're being reduced from 16 and a half teachers to 9. This would be a total of a $600,000 reduction on that line alone. Our budget is $3.2 million, with $2.1 million being allocated for salaries. Our health insurance benefits are $650,000. Out of our $3.2 million budget, $2.75 million is spent on our employees. That is 86% of our budget. We are not funded for a full-time nurse or counselor. We work within our budget to make that happen. We are already at bare bones in Ten Sleep as we have 1 teacher per course subject. My business manager and I are conservative in our budgeting, but we know we have to take care of our students and staff. We combine grade levels in the elementary when numbers are low, and we currently have a teacher for 4th and 5th grade. In Ten Sleep, we step up for our students, the principals, the curriculum director as well. I'm the special education director. My business manager is doing all of her work alone, including payroll. My admin assistant files some things for her and does some requisitions. But other than that, it is all her. As I spoke to the committee during the last session, we were unable to give raises last year. And the reason for that was because of that special education reimbursement that we had to set money aside for. I appreciate that the committee has set it into the bill that you want to pay those reimbursements out monthly. That will largely help our district. But with the cuts that are being proposed, with our FTE being reduced, what that means is the fact that I was planning to up salaries for my staff this next year would not be possible. And so currently I'm the lowest paid superintendent at $112,000. Google likes to point it out. Anytime you put in superintendent salaries, Annie Griffin is the lowest, $112,000. My business manager is the lowest paid business manager at $70,000, and my teachers are the lowest paid starting salary at $44,000. Yet we are still the #1 academic school in the state. Now that speaks to doing more with less. However, how long will my staff continue to stay if they're the lowest paid in the state? How long will they continue to struggle as a family when they're the lowest paid people in the state of Wyoming? Our district is doing things right on that bare minimum. Being the #1 school in the state is something we are very proud of. We certainly can assure you that we will not be able to maintain the quality of education if you move us from 16.5 FTE to 9. My enrollment is steady and has been for the past 4 years. If this reduction happens and comes to fruition, I would need practical ideas on how to staff my school. I can't see that being feasible. I've looked at, could I combine, what grade levels could I combine? We could combine all of our elementary, yet we know K3 that if they're not reading at a level that they should be by 3rd grade, we know what the outcomes are for them. We know that this causes a detriment to the citizens in our state because our students are not achieving at the level they should be. One thing I also want to discuss is the categorical grants. I know that it's being proposed for an instructional facilitator, but what happens if I get that categorical grant for an instructional facilitator and I'm funded for 9 teachers? So I'm going to have 9 teachers and an instructional coach, and that's the only thing I can let that person do as an instructional coach. I would rather have my my students being educated. As you can see, I'm open to suggestions about how to make this work. I'm a Wyoming graduate, and I came back here after living in Colorado for 11 years because I wanted my twin daughters to go to school in Wyoming just like I did. And I knew it was better, and I still believe it is better. And so please look at funding us and investing now or wasting later. If you have strong educational programs, we know our crime rates, our mental health problems are reduced. There's a multitude of studies that show this will happen. I would prefer productive citizens that uplift our state and not have a negative impact on our state. And I urge you to invest in our schools. Our public school and district in Ten Sleep is the anchor of social life. You wouldn't believe how many of our retirees come out for the National Honor Society presentation that we did the other day. I mean, our people come out and they want to support our schools. That's what they're all about. A well-educated populace strengthens Wyoming's ability to attract diverse businesses, encourage homegrown entrepreneurship, and reduce long-term social costs. Finally, I urge you to consider forming a committee that will meet to address the funding of our small districts before the next recalibration, as it consistently seems to be something that is overlooked. There are several of us that would be more than happy to open our books and work beside you in finding solutions. Thank you, and I stand for any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Shane Ogden, Superintendent of Park 16 Meeteetse. So we kind of round out the 3 small districts here. My colleagues here are way smarter than I am, way better spoken than I am. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit from my heart. I have 2 kids still in school, and one's a senior, one's a freshman. I have 6 total children, and my goal is that they all have graduated from Meeteetse School because of the experiences they get to have. As my kids have gone out and have been at universities across the country, have been in workforce in different types of work, from manual labor to engineering, electrical items. They've been successful because of what they've learned in a small rural community. Wyoming is the small rural community of the United States, right? I think that we can all hang our hat on that. We're proud when we have our students from Wyoming stepping up and we see them doing amazing things across the nation and across the globe. And I think that that's really representative of what you see from the amazing things that are happening in these districts. One thing that allows these small districts and for all of us to continue to function in the way that we have been able to do is that local control. That element of having locally elected board members that represent Meeteetse versus the rest of Park County, representing the values that are needed there. That's possible in a large part because we have a block grant. So really my plead is that as much as we possibly can, keeping that block grant whole so that the funds can be allocated by locally elected officials. A lot of people think that that is decided by superintendents and business managers, and it's not. It's the board that approves the budget. And if you ever want to come and sit in those conversations that we have, they're in public. And there's some real hard conversations that we have to have. And yet our board members step up, and they're the ones that are making those decisions about how are we going to staff our elementary. We only have a class of 2 kids. Does it make sense to have teachers there? How do we manage that? Those are discussions that the board makes alongside with the administration. So maintaining a block grant is pretty critical, especially to our small districts and our small schools. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the committee. My name is Jay Curtis, Superintendent, Park County School District #1 in Powell. It's my 9th year in that position. Prior to that, I was a superintendent in Meeteetse for 7 years. So yes, the math is correct. 16 years as a superintendent, meaning my first recalibration was in 2010, and 2015, 2017, 2020, and now. At the risk of being redundant, and I'm going to take just a little bit different approach, I would say I'm going to focus my comments on 2 things, the most important being the block grant and maintaining this as a block grant. And I'll tell you why. I've heard members of the legislature in response to this, hey, we need it to be a block grant, say things like, of course you do, because then you get to do whatever you want. And I'm going to push back on that a little bit and say, no, it's not us doing whatever we want. It's us responding to the needs of our students. And I would encourage any one of you to come walk through our schools in Powell and see the magic that happens literally every day. I've said this before, maybe even in front of this committee. This model is not perfect. This model is really, really good. It has funded us in a manner that has made Wyoming a respected educational powerhouse in our country. It took a while to get there when the money started being added. The reason that we were able to get there is each of our districts was able to allocate these funds in ways that best meet the needs of our students. In Powell, we have 4 or 5 districts around the state that are almost identical in size to us and almost identical in makeup. You can go to Lander, you can go to Douglas, you can go to Torrington, Rawlins. Education in those communities do not have the same needs for their students that we have in Powell. We need to be able to allocate the resources to support the needs of Powell students. One of the beauties of this model in the block grant is, in the past, is there are components that are underfunded, and we've spoken about those for 20 years. There are components in the model that you might get a little extra money. We have had the ability to make that balance to meet the needs of our students. The more categories you pull out, the more of a house of cards we build. This model crumbles. The more categories you have, the more it crumbles. I said the same thing to Dr. Pikus. I asked him last week, are you going to go on record and admit that this model crumbles? He didn't say yes. He said, what I will say is that I recommend that it be a block grant. He has been very clear on that for 2 decades now. So again, not us doing what we want, but it is us responding to the needs of our students. School counselors, it was said earlier, hey, we want to get this right. We're going to kick this down the road. And I would tell you a couple of things. Number one, I would remind you that this was a recommendation in the 2020 recalibration. There's no reason to kick this can down the road. It's been recommended for 5 years now. We currently have a counselor in all of our elementaries because we've had the local control to say this is a need for us. And as you've heard other people say up here, we are a high achieving district in Powell. We think the system that we built is doing really great things. We're not there yet. We work hard every year to get better, but we have IFs in every elementary. We have counselors in every elementary. One of the things that is not funded in the model that will go away if we go categorical instructional staff, we have regular ed paraprofessionals. Dr. Pikus does not put paraprofessionals in the model. It's like a couple supervisory aides. We use our paras as instructional staff. We are a PLC district. We collaborate. They are part of instructional teams. They are highly trained by our teachers to provide interventions in small groups to our students during our professional learning community time. So with that, I would just reiterate, this is and should remain a block grant. And I would go so far as to say no categories, no IF, don't pull that out of the model. Don't pull summer school out of the model. We're all doing, well, I don't know that everyone does the IFs. We do. We're going to have them whether you fund them or not, probably, unless you go categorical and it's not one of those categories and we don't get to have them. But this works as a block grant and it will continue to work as a block grant. If you go the other way, it doesn't work. I would stand for questions.
Any questions? Thank you again, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm not going to belabor a lot of points that you guys have already heard. That was our superintendent. I'm Bo Fulton. I'm board member for Park One. And the only people have touched on the block grant, people have touched on non-categoricals. I completely agree. I'm a first term board member, so I'm 3 years in. And the block grant does give us the flexibility to do what's right for our kids. I have 2 kids, both elementary age, and I see the moving parts that they are able to do in that block grant. And I would just ask, please don't take away our local control. Our board, you know, I was fortunate to step into a very good situation when I got elected. We're a very fiscally conservative district, very well run, but having that local control gives us the opportunity to absolutely do what's right for our kids. The only other thing that I would touch on in my business, which is very blue collar, we like to be able to reward employees for, you know, time, experience, maybe in my case, not education, but we would like to see that $70,000 base with the opportunity for us to offer those steps and lanes, experience, education for our staff. I think that makes a better district. It's going to help us. It makes a healthier staff. We also rely on longevity. We have a lot of teachers that were teaching when I was in high school in the same district. So we'd like that opportunity to be able to do that. And I thank you for your time. I'd stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tate Mullen, Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. There's a lot of pieces here. I'm just going to focus on one for today and we'll continue other conversations. I want to focus on classroom size from our educators' perspective. We had heard and we had seen within the evidence-based report that there's a mixed bag when it comes to the impact of classroom sizes on teacher performance. And regardless of that mixed bag, it does have an impact on student performance. And I want us to think about a few things. You know, while the court has said, yes, an evidence-based model can be based on research, it also should take into account practitioners' responses, right? Our teachers and their experience within the state of Wyoming, what is happening in their classrooms, their schools, and their districts is just as much a part of a cost-based and evidence-based model as is the research within the evidence or within the Pikus and Auden report. So thinking about that, what we had presented to this committee was what were the wants and the needs of the teachers. One of the biggest asks from our teachers across the state in data that we had was do not increase our classroom sizes. And they wanted support. And these things go hand in hand, right? Because what we have seen, think also within the context of student behaviors. We know that that is on the increase. The severity is there. They need the support. They need the staff to do that. If we increase these classroom sizes, right, the interplay between increasing classroom sizes, the ADM calculation, and the adjustment to the prototypical school calculation, that ultimately ends up in a reduction of staff within our schools. across a number of areas. Again, I'm going to come back to the idea of that interplay between paras, instructional facilitators, and what that staffing support looks like. So essentially what we will have done at the end of the day is we will have removed support resources for our teachers. We will have reduced the number of teachers, paras that are in classrooms. We've increased the classroom size, and we haven't addressed student mental health. All of these are absolutely going to negatively impact student performance. So at the end of the day, this should come down to our kids, our students. We want them to succeed. The way this is set up right now with the classroom size, it is going to impede their student performance. So I urge you to please reconsider the classroom size. What we have works. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Good morning. Thank you, senators and representatives, for taking our testimony. I'm going to tell you my story. You've heard a lot of numbers. I am Heidi Ramza. I'm the board chair of Laramie County School District number 2. My district is 1,000 square miles with 1,030 students in it. We're very largely agricultural. We have an elementary clear on the north end. We have an elementary clear on the south end, and then we have 2 elementaries in the middle and 2 high schools. We cover a lot of square miles, and we also have a low population. So this class size really does kind of hit me in the gut, because in Albin, where I'm from, where I farm and ranch at, 20 some years ago, they closed our high school, and it does affect communities. It affects relationships. Our community it was like a drain or a toilet. People left. So with the class size, when you start delegating how many teachers for K through 3 and how many for this and that, the potential of my elementary closing in a small community is huge. And the impact that it takes upon my neighbors, which is amazing. You can see I'm an old fart. And agriculture has been known to have, it's an aging population. I live in a community where that's not happening. We have young people that are returning to the farm and the ranch. They're having kids, not just 1 or 2. There's like 3 or 4. The potential of growth in my community is huge. So when we start talking about this class size, it very much makes me nervous. When you start talking about elementaries here and there, and we're 50 miles apart, it's just not a feasible thing for transportation. Secondly, the insurance thing. Because of the block grant in our district, we are able to offer our 20-hour employees, our classified employees, insurance. And that is a huge thing when you're in a farm ranch community, because that's a farm income that can help. And also when you're self-employed, you can't afford health insurance. So if you can get a job with the school district to drive bus, a couple hours in the morning, couple hours in the evening, do an activity route, that's very helpful to our families. So when you start taking that out, we're not going to be able to offer that to our 20-hour employees if you go with state insurance. But like I said, through the block grant, we've been able to use that to offer that as a benefit. I fear we're not going to be able to get bus drivers if we take on state insurance. So then how are we going to transport kids? I mean, it's a snowball effect. Another thing I want to leave you all with is, whenever our board gets together, we always have to sit down and think about what's best for students. And I know that's on your shoulders as well. I don't want to accuse you of you guys not thinking about what's best for students. But I'm on the other end of Teton County. I'm clear in the southeastern part of the state, and we don't get tourism. Our cost of living is a lot different, but yet we have students to educate. And I know you have a difficult scenario before you, but
The block grant, even though it's not perfect, it is very helpful to small districts like mine. So thank you, and I'll take some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one point of clarification, and maybe you guys could clear this up for me. Ma'am, you mentioned that currently your belief and understanding is that the state insurance policy would not allow providing insurance down to folks that are working for 20 hours. Is my understanding is that it does, and that was one part of the points of it, is that it offers that, which we currently don't. So
I
just
think,
for-
excuse me, I
No, that's
didn't mean to
fine.
interrupt you. I think we looked at the cost of what that state insurance policy would be. And currently, like a 20-hour employee working, but we're driving bus gets about $1,700 a month. That policy would cost that employee $1,500 a month. So their take-home pay is very nil. I think currently the way we can do it with our block grant is we can provide them that policy for like $184 a month with our own independent insurance.
Any other questions? Thank you again. Appreciate it. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dylan Ford. I'm a teacher here in Cheyenne. Weird situation. I took the day off today, which my broke student teacher loved. So thank you for giving her that opportunity. But I had a meeting that I was already committed to in December. And I changed my entire speech based on what happened in this meeting. So in this meeting, the parents at one point got really emotional because their kid who had struggled in school for their entire life, like something happened this year where it just completely turned around. And I have an idea of what did this because we have a rock star teacher who helped facilitate this. But in their words, they came from Massachusetts where they were told that the schools were better, that moving here was the worst decision that they could possibly make. And then they get here and they see this change in their kid, and then suddenly they're doing so much better. I mean, it was miraculous for me. I just got chills when I heard that. But here's where the story takes a turn, because before that meeting started, I was talking with the teacher who helped get the kid there to help get the kid successful in school. He's a total rock star. You want him in those classes. You want him in front of kids. But what he told me is that he's working about 45 hours on top of the regular 40-hour work week, which is not okay. He also told me that it's getting to the point where he's thinking about leaving the profession entirely. And that's not okay either. So to help the teacher, this committee has proposed to increase class sizes by 16%. Teachers are burnt out. His story is not unique to him, especially in the special ed world. We have to do progressively more with progressively less, just year by year. And it's grinding, it's getting worse. Behaviors are getting more difficult. Academic needs are getting more cumbersome for teachers. And now this proposal has presented scoots wages up a little bit, but only by increasing our class sizes and our workload and firing teachers. That's not a raise. And it's certainly not how we keep our rockstar teachers around, because in the end, for miracles to happen in our schools, and I do think that what happened this morning is a miracle, we need the right people doing a job that is actually possible with the support that they need. With that, that's all I got. Yeah.
For the members of the committee and the audience, we're going to take a break in a few minutes, but I want to get to you, sir. And again, I emphasize my commitment to anyone who wishes to testify. You will have time today. So with that, good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Brian Lee. Just a quick history and I'll get to why I'm presenting today, but I was born and raised here in Wyoming, graduated from Campbell County High School, go Camels, decided to go to college, went and spent a year over in Powell, go Trappers at Northwest College over there, graduated from the University of Wyoming, go Pokes. I mean, how about Frank Crum? He's a Laramie High School graduate, catching a touchdown last week too, right? But from that when I graduated the University of Wyoming, I graduated with criminal justice, became a juvenile probation and diversion officer up in Campbell County, where I worked with at-risk youth. And part of that job took me into schools, working with school administrators, SROs, counselors, school faculty, and also meeting kids where they feel most comfortable. And I say most comfortable, they didn't necessarily want to be there for the education, but they wanted to be there. It was their place and where they wanted to be. I never thought I would get into public education, but I went back to graduate school at the University of Wyoming, got a degree in counseling education, and worked at a treatment center up in Sheridan, Wyoming for several years. Fell in love with a wonderful lady. We moved back to Laramie, where a job was offered to me at a K-12 school, Rock River, go Longhorns. Didn't even know the school existed, and I'd driven by that place countless times. But got there and got to experience what just the rural community and how much they derive from that space where, yes, as was mentioned earlier, where retirees are coming out for the Veterans Day program. And I mean, packing the little auditorium there, right? So these places matter. I then went and worked at Spring Creek Elementary, go Sharks, where I got to see, the joys of a blue ribbon school, and having Senator Brasso come in and talk about just the importance of public education in our state and how it stacks up against other areas from what he hears from other senators throughout the United States. I took a job at Laramie High School, go Plainsmen, hence the Frank Crum comment. And this brings me to my main points today. Just yesterday, I had to host a meeting with family members, a student, and teachers, and an interventionist and a case specialist in our school psych, because these teachers, due to that classroom size, were able to identify a young lady who's recently moved into our district. She came in a little late, like beginning of October. She's on my caseload. I've got to know her and her family and their circumstances for coming to Wyoming. And by the way, they're coming to Laramie, Wyoming for opportunities for their family. And the beauty of this is I bring in an interventionist for reading, her English teacher, her English co-teacher, a math teacher, and a science teacher. And the way these individuals were able to specifically speak to this young woman's deficit in the classroom, her ability to not read at grade level, because we were given the opportunity to identify that, for them to read through her assignments, for them to just make sure they're connecting with her. And by the way, she has a really difficult name to pronounce. And the beautiful thing was, as we were going around the table yesterday afternoon, every single one of them are just pronouncing her name accurately. And we all know how important names are to ourselves and definitely to our students. And then we provide, the family with a tough decision of, like, do you want to proceed with related services and testing? And of course, that family is like, well, what does that mean? Well, that's an IEP, that's an individualized education plan. That's kind of scary to families. But the professionalism of our staff to recognize this student's rights to education, and yes, to provide information to the parents to make the decision that is best for their child, definitely resonated with that family, as the student and the mom are crying about just the gravity of the decision that they're going to make. And I hope the support that they got from our staff. And I say that because as we talk about, yes, benefits, classroom sizes, pay scales, all of that goes into public education, this is a profession that has served. I mean, I would love to know how many of us are Wyoming graduates or Wyoming natives and benefited from what happens here in our public education system here in Wyoming, because the individuals that work within that are dedicated individuals. They are empathetic, they are caring, they're driven to do more for their students, more for their community. They work countless hours on top of contracts. And I'm a union rep too, and I know what our contracts say and how day after day individuals go way over those contract hours. So I'm just here to say, like, please look at just what our Wyoming Constitution requires for funding and supporting public education, because it works here in Wyoming. It works in Albany County School District, where, Senator Rothfuss and Representative Andrew represent our constituents there. And it's just an amazing opportunity every day to see the growth of our students, and then the support from the community and what it brings to our state. With that, I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
that, I would take a 15-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, you do have a few people online. Did you want to do that now or
Take a break and then let me get to them after.
sounds good? Thank you.
I will bring back this meeting of the Recalibration Committee. It's my understanding that we have a couple still online for public testimony. I'd like to give them the opportunity, and then we'll go to the next item on the agenda. So if you could bring those two individuals in, I want to definitely give them an opportunity. We're going to have more time for public testimony today, but we need to move on with the agenda. So.
Alrighty, Mr. Chairman, we'll start with Katie Medill, and then we'll go on to Tim Doolin.
Okay, great. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Katie Medill, parent and teacher at Sheridan County School District Number 2. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to share an educator's perspective and a parent's perspective on the current funding model. We certainly appreciate and value the flexibility of the block grant, which has allowed our district to make sustained differences in the learning and lives of our children. In fact, at SESD2, I think we have the credentials and the data to prove just that. Sheridan County schools have proved excellence by almost every metric, due in part to the highly appropriate and effective use of funds from the block grant. So I'm pleased to hear this morning's recommendation to retain the block grant. My understanding of the conservative tradition emphasizes limited government and prioritizes established institutions. But this bill in its current draft form seems antithetical to some of these values to me. It seems to remove power from local governing institutions such as school boards elected by local constituents and awards that power to the state. And rather than prioritize the established institution of public education, the crown jewel of our great country, in my humble opinion, it seems to work to dismantle it in many ways. And so as a parent and proud public educator of 20 years, I'm compelled to voice my strong opposition to this bill in its current draft, though I'm hopeful that amendments will quickly follow. As we know, and as data supports, the most significant factor in student achievement is the quality of classroom teachers. Increasing class sizes while also eliminating funding for salary steps and lanes and placing that financial burden on individual districts would make it difficult to retain our current high-quality educators, let alone attract new teachers to the profession, which is a serious challenge we are already facing. Disregarding teacher experience and advanced education by eliminating funding for steps and lanes is a clear statement of not valuing education. And I do realize this does not preclude individual districts from honoring teacher education and experience, but it does place the burden solely on the shoulders of those districts, which may or may not have the general funds to invest in retaining quality teachers. We're in the business of educating, but this de-emphasizes districts in supporting that very thing that we do. I believe the research that was touched upon this morning by Dr. Brown that suggests knowledge and skills are more impactful than solely experience, but quality teachers are made through building knowledge and skills with continuing education and experience. And I do just want to finish by touching on class sizes. I'll try to avoid redundancy from this morning's comments, but an increase to class sizes would have an immediate negative impact on student learning. Although, again, quality classroom teachers impact student learning more than any other factor, there is a tipping point. There's a limit to what even the most effective classroom teacher can sustain. So increasing class sizes does affect teacher quality, which, as we know, directly impacts student learning. So it should be a very real concern that we would lose teachers who find delivering quality instruction to all students in such conditions unsustainable, if even feasible. Knowing the caliber of professionals with whom I work here at Sheridan Junior High School, I'd be worried that some of our best would be compelled to leave the profession altogether rather than deliver anything less than what they know to be best practices in education for serving every student in their purview. To close, I'd just like to say we need a funding model that truly reflects Wyoming conservatism by reducing, not increasing, state control and allowing local districts the flexibility in decision-making that the block grant makes possible. Individual districts know the needs of their communities, and the block grant model works to meet those needs without the state dictating proposed restrictions. I do wonder, finally, how representatives of Sheridan County, where students excel, would justify to their constituents, including me, this bill, which in its current draft form would have immediate negative impacts of students in Sheridan County. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. And any questions? Who do we, sir, you're next, please. Welcome.
Greetings. My name is Tim Doolin, and I am a classroom teacher of 31 years, all of which have occurred here within the state of Wyoming. 28 of those years have been spent in public education, while 3 were spent in a private Christian school in Sheridan County. I appreciate the time to be able to speak to you. Katie and I have some redundancies, so I'm going to skip ahead and not go over everything I already had. I just want to reiterate what she and several have already said. Please let our local school boards make local decisions that are best for our local communities. But not only am I a classroom teacher of 31 years, I am also a professional photographer. In fact, there are 5 of my pieces there in the Capitol on permanent display, and you get to enjoy those quite frequently. When behind the camera, my goal is to capture the incredible landscapes of our state and to be able to share those wonders with others less able to venture out to witness such amazing natural beauty. Unfortunately, there are limits to how my images can be used. Regardless of the excellence of the sensor within the camera, or the clarity of the optics mounted to that camera, or the caliber of the final image, when a photographer begins to enlarge such a photo, the pixels within that image are stretched. The more the image is stretched, the more the image is degraded, until there comes a point where the image loses its wonder and beauty and impact. As an award-winning teacher at both the district and state levels, my excellence and efficacy are much like the pixels in that photograph. There's only so much of me to go around. In a classroom where every student matters and the learning of every student is of paramount importance, the larger a class size becomes and the more I am stretched to meet those individual needs, the less effective I can be. This is a significant concern here in Sheridan County School District Number 2, where we have consistently set the standard for educational excellence in Wyoming for years. Our #1 ranking by niche.com and the recognition of our junior high, where I teach as the top-ranked middle school in the state, is a testament to a long-standing commitment to student success that we strive to maintain. How have we maintained such excellence? By creating a culture where learning occurs in real time and students practice under the tutelage and monitoring of a teacher coach who provides feedback throughout the learning process in real time when it is most poignant and relevant. In the English classroom, this might mean a 2-minute conference with every student about the skill for the day prior to them leaving the classroom. In a class of 18 students, that is 36 minutes of time necessary to accomplish such meaningful and impactful feedback. If those student numbers climb closer to the 25 as proposed, that's 50 minutes of feedback just to ensure that students are learning at the level of our high expectations. We only have 50-minute class periods, which will make such meaningful conferences impossible and negatively harm student learning and the excellence that we maintain here. Increasing class size consequently decreases teacher time available for students, and by diluting our ability to work one-on-one with each student, teacher efficacy is harmed. The proposed increase to student numbers creates a classroom environment where teachers are stretched thin and the messy beauty of learning is distorted into something ineffective and inefficient. It is for those reasons that I ask you to please invest in our children and their learning and overall wellness by not increasing class sizes and to please maintain the block funding model. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And you do have beautiful photographs. I've seen them. So thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Wilmarth, what do we have next on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, next I will go grab Director Bach and her team from Employees Group Insurance, and they're going to testify on potential impacts to their agency with regards to having school districts participate on the state health insurance plan, and perhaps offer some information that you may want to consider in terms of amendments to the bill. And then after that, it'll be open for public comment on that specific health insurance policy choice.
Okay, great. Please
So
come forward. Good morning and welcome. Bring whoever you'd like to bring up here. Appreciate you all being here today. And Director, if you can introduce yourself and those folks with you and take it away.
Great, thank you, Chairman. My name is Patricia Bach. I'm the Director for ANI, and EGI, our insurance is under ANI, it's under HRD. To my right is Karen Williams. She's the Program Manager. I think many of you knew Ralph Hayes. She's the new Ralph. We also have Carissa Tolson. She is the Assistant Program Manager. And we also have Richard Ward from Siegel, who is our actuarial, and he's also the Senior Vice President of Siegel.
Great.
So hopefully we can answer your questions. We have the experts here. I don't know if you want to just start with questions, or I have a couple things I wanted to mention.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is please just give a statement. Any comments you have, I'll open it up to the committee. It may be short, it may be long, but I want to give you the opportunity. So
Thank
please
you
go
very
ahead.
much, Chairman. Probably a little bit of information prior to a couple of the notations that I have. We're neutral on the bill. EGI is a self-funded plan. What that means is the agencies and the employees share the premiums, and that goes into the EGI account. And then we have reserves. So reserves are there to pay claims. What we try to do is keep the reserves between the floor and the ceiling, what we've figured out through the actuarial. Can't go too much higher than that, can't take in a bunch of money or the feds get mad and try to take the money back. So we try to really play that game in the middle of the floor and the ceiling. So being self-funded, that means that we hire Cigna. Right now it's Cigna to administer the plan. It's approximately $1 million a year for them to administer the plan. And we use their doctors, their, what is that called? Network. So although you have a Cigna card, it's really employees and officials group insurance that runs the program. We have one school district on our plan, and that's Natrona County. We have some cities and towns. We have the city of Laramie. We have the city of Casper. Town of Hudson. So we have some people come in the plan. The option to have the school districts come on has been talked about for quite a while. So bringing all of the school districts on at one time will double our members. So right now, employees plus their spouses, their families, it's approximately 35,000 lives. That's about what we estimate would be for the school district. So it would double our plan. There's a couple things related to that. Because we're self-funded, bringing everybody on at the same time is a lot. So back in 2005, we had a study done. And Matt Wilmarth reminded me it was Buck Consulting that did that study. So we haven't had a study about the school districts for quite a while. Ideally, what happens during a study is we get census information. We get an idea from all of the school districts, who's self-funded, who isn't, how that's going to work, how we're going to bring them on. So one of the biggest issues in my mind is how we bring them on in bulk, but we also have to pay their claims on day one. So we would have to be funded. So that funding would be right around 50 million. And then we would also have to be somewhat funded within those 3 to 6 months. So having a study will give us a little bit better idea of where we sit. We would also have to have, it would double our work. So we have 10 employees right now. We would have to have 10 more FTEs to get this job done. Trying to think of the other things that we would also be taking on the retirees. So it's not just the employees and their families, it would be the retirees as well. So I think we probably could leave it there. And if you have any questions, the experts are next to me. I know enough to be dangerous for a lot of this stuff, but the experts are here to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question that was posed to me by a district was, will this restrict or disallow people from being able to cross state lines? Many of their employees are currently doctoring or have the opportunity to doctor across state lines. Is there any potential implications or impacts to that
Chairman?
if this was to be done?
Director.
Speaker Nyman, generally, no. There's a lot of state employees that go down to Colorado for orthopedics and tertiary care. So tertiary care is when you end up in the emergency room, but CRMC can't handle whatever your issue is and you get flown down to Denver. So I believe we have a couple in Montana. We have Salt Lake. So it's Cigna's network that you can use. So no, it would generally not stop you from going out of state.
Please follow.
Just for further clarification, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anything, when you say generally can sometimes be a fairly large hole we can fall in. So my question is, what would a generally be? So just so for clarification.
Chairman, Speaker Nyman, if they wanted to go outside of Cigna's network is fairly large. I understand, and I'm going to turn it over to the program manager because she knows a little bit more. But like, for example, if you have a specific issue that the Mayo Clinic would be where you were referred to, we would have to see if that fits in the Cigna plan. You can still go. It's just how much is paid out through the Cigna plan. So I'm going to turn it over to Karen and have her correct anything that I might have said.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, our program is built around choice. So whether you go over the border, I like to use an analogy of an In-N-Out burger. It just works for me. If you're in state, but you're out of network, Cigna still pays and reimburses at 75%. If they're out of network, what happens is that you could potentially be balance billed because there's not a negotiated discount because they're not a Cigna contracted provider. But just at the same flip the other way, if I'm in Wyoming, but I see a provider who's not networked, it still pays at 75%. The program incentivizes staying in state, that's the highest reimbursement coverage is at 85%. But even if I went out of state for a procedure, made sure my hospital and my provider was in network, and even though it paid 75%, I still had the ability to go out of state by choice. I just made sure to stay in network, even though I was out of state. If you're out and out, then it's at 60%. So that's the lowest. You go to, you get somebody who lives in Connecticut and there's a non-network provider, you're both out of state and out of network. But to Director Bach's point, Cigna's provider network is pretty substantial. There are sister networks. So even if I've got a child who's going to school in Oklahoma, there's a good chance that Cigna is going to have an in-network provider in Oklahoma, but they're going to be out of Wyoming. So the in-network is the safest bet to not be balance billed, but you're still going to get a 75% reimbursement. So it shouldn't hinder unless you have an out-of-network provider, you could be stuck with some balance billing, but the ability to seek care is still there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, anything else?
Senator Office.
I just wanted to follow up on that and clarify then. So just so that it's clear, there's basically 4 categories. There's in-state, in-network, which as I understand it is 85% coverage. There is in-state, out-of-network. What was the coverage for that?
75.
75 for in-state, out-of-network. Out-of-state, in-network, 75. Out-of-state, out-of-network, 60.
Right.
Nothing changes presumably with co-pays, other things along those lines. Is that accurate?
Senator Rothfuss, sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Our program has pretty limited copays. We do have them for primary office visits and for specialty office visits. Outside of that, everything is deductible and coinsurance. So yeah, just the percentage that will be covered by Cigna and then how much would apply to your deductible. So it transfers across. Other than office visits, there really aren't any copays on our program. I mean, prescription does, but the major medical.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. First one kind of ties in with the speaker's question. We have some folks in my corner of the state that go into Utah quite a bit. A couple of them that have pre-existing conditions that send emails about. One of them has cancer care, wanted to know if the Huntsman Center would be in that network. And also I had a couple emails about Primary Children's Hospital where we get a lot of specialty care with kids that have issues. So if you could kind of look into those and let me know. And then secondly, just wondered about what the premium increases have been in the past with the plan that you're on.
Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Senator Schuler, we haven't had a lot of increases. We have an increase this year of 6%. The last 4 years were 0. We probably will see another increase next year. What depends on that is if you have pretty much 35,000 lives come on, we would have to figure out what that number would be. And that's where a study comes in handy to see exactly where we would be and how much money we would need. But we haven't had a lot of increases. We have a floor and a ceiling for our reserves. We try to stay within that. It's a battle to try to stay within that. We do not want to take in too much money. We're self-funded for a reason. We try to keep costs down. So the 6%, we'll see where we are somewhere in spring, early summer, and then see what we have to do next year.
Let's follow up if I could.
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be a tough question, but are generally the folks that are on this plan pretty happy with it?
Chairman Salazar, Senator Schuler, I believe so. I would say the biggest, I wouldn't even call it a complaint. I would say a little bit of the frustration is we used to have an open formula for pharmacy. So it was wide open, cost a lot of money. You could go in and if your doctor prescribed the non-generic form of whatever medicine you're on, we would pay that instead of saying you need to go to the generic. We have changed that. That's really not a thing anymore. There's very few, from what I understand, very few programs that have an open formula like that, formulary. So that's the biggest change we've had. We also had a change 6 or 7 years ago, where we used to be 85, 15, sorry. That's why I'm an attorney and not. So that changed to 82, 17. And that was a little bit of a shift to the employees. So that's been about 7 years. So I've always considered coming back to the legislature, trying to get back to our 85, but I have not done that yet. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Mr. Kocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, could you tell us how much the reserve is right now?
Chairman, Representative Heiner, I believe the reserve is right around the floor. 33, 34 million, with the increase. And to understand how insurance, works, I think all of you know that once you hit your deductible, you're like, okay, what do we need to get done? So that you can go into the doctor and maybe get some things done that you hadn't before. So we get a lot of claims coming in between October and December to, get done. Maybe if you had a shoulder that you just haven't decided that you had another medical issue and now your deductible is satisfied, you may consider going to get your shoulder done. That's usually what happens. So we're coming into the time period now on January 1st where it all resets, and hopefully we'll be
Build up again. Yeah.
rehabilitating the reserve.
Follow-up, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, a lot of insurance programs have a brochure that kind of gives a synopsis, a brief outline. Is that something you could provide to the committee, as well as the premiums, the employees' share of the premiums, that we could all have that information?
Chairman Salazar, Representative Heiner, yes, we have a booklet. I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, annual report from last year, and we have the Cigna booklet. We can also get the information on how much the premiums are going forward from January. We can get that to the committee.
Yes, Senator Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of other questions, kind of on the details. First comes to the pooling. It's my understanding, and I just want to make sure that I'm correct, that the risk pool is a common risk pool across all employees and that there's no subdivisions of that risk pool. So all employees in EGI pay the same premiums and there's no differentiation among the members. Is that accurate?
Chairman Salazar, Senator Rothfuss, yes. Everybody pays the same rate. With a little bit of a caveat. So if you're with the town of Hudson and they decide, you know what, we're going to pay the employee portion.
Sure.
They can do that. We, generally speaking, for the executive branch, because the executive branch is a percentage of our lives. And so the executive branch, it's a 60-40 split.
40% is state.
40% is state, 60% is everybody else. So if an agency wants to do that, we generally don't do that. Everybody in the state system generally pays the same, no matter if they're new employees or they've been here 20 years.
And Mr. Chairman, then sticking on this topic, then school districts currently often have the practice of picking up some of their employee side premiums, and there'd be nothing that would preclude, as we move forward, if we move forward with this, from having a district or allowing a district to pick up the employee side premium. Is that accurate?
Chairman Salazar, Senator Rothfuss, that is accurate.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, as far as the employee side premiums, then that right now, my understanding is it's 18% employee and 82% employer. Is that accurate?
Chairman Salazar, Senator Rothfuss, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one other question I'm interested in is getting to the concept of a payout ratio by the various plans. I don't know if you have that off the top of your head, but analyzing the amount of money that comes in as premiums that gets paid out as payout. In other words, what's your bang for the buck, so to speak, for the plan as an indicator for the plan's cost efficacy? Do we have those values for the state plan? It looks like you're being handed a note, and that note's probably saying, yield to me now.
He's a psychic.
But I'm interested, and I know I believe there are 4 different plans for EGI, and each of them probably have different payout ratios, but I'd be interested in knowing what those payout ratios are.
Chairman Salazar, Senator Rothfuss, I was handed a note and it was 96%, but I'm going to let the actuary talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
Oh, I was pushing that. Thank you. Richard Ward with Siegel, and that is correct. So 96% of the revenue that comes in is paid out in claims. So it's 4% is for administrative and operational expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick follow-up on that.
Yeah.
How would you evaluate that relative to other insurance providers in the industry, that 96% payout ratio?
We work with a number of other state health plans, and that is right on par with other state health plans. Generally, they're 4 to 6% for a large self-insured or self-funded plan. If you purchase insurance in the community from an insurance company, that ratio is generally a lot lower because the insurance company will retain a larger portion for risk margin and profit. So it might be closer to 90% or even lower, depending on the size of the group.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Other questions? Any other questions? Thank you so much for being here this morning and answering our questions, and thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. We will get those documents to the committee.
Sounds good.
Thank
you
you.
again. Appreciate it. Mr. Wilmarth, what do we have next here?
Mr. Chairman, the next item is just public comment specific to the health insurance policy contained within your bill draft. So this again is the requirement that not later than July 1 of 2027, all school districts would be required to participate in the state plan.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. Good. Do the public testimony. Again, is there any one here, any parents here who has any testimony on this issue? Anyone online that is a parent? Yes. Do we have one? All right. Please, welcome. Come on up. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Mary Jo Lewis. I'm the Coordinator of Business Services for Park One in PAL.
And a parent.
Yes, at PAL.
There you go.
There we go. I would like to speak to some items that are kind of specific to the impact if you actually went ahead as this is proposed in this legislation. And so just to throw this out there, I am one of the districts. So I'm talking about the employees this is going to impact in the district in programs that are outside of the general fund. I have very high concerns about those that are in the general fund, but I want you to understand what this does to our programs that are outside of the general fund, namely food service and also in our federal funds programs. And so I currently am one of the few districts that operates on almost a break even in my food service program up until last year, where I had to hire some additional new employees, not additional, excuse me, some new employees in that program that actually were benefit eligible. And our benefit eligibility in our district is 30 hours and over. So when they came in and they chose to take the insurance because either they weren't covered under their spouse or ours was a better plan, whatever decision that made. But I can tell you that that impacted my program with those 3 people by over $60,000 a year, because just, you know, once you become benefit eligible, come onto the insurance, most of those ladies are all take family insurance. So if I had to bring my other staff that are under the 30 hours, because now they would be eligible, all right, again, not funded, it would cost me in my district $61,000 in the food service program. So now we're taking a program that I have never taken any money out of the general fund and supported. And now I'm upside down $120,000 a year just in health insurance. Okay. So when you think about that, I just want you to consider those things. In federal funds, we have never taken an indirect cost rate, even though we're allowed, with the exception of when ESSER funds were out there, but otherwise we don't take them. We believe in putting every bit of the money that we get in federal funds to students, to student interventions Anything that is set up for, it all goes to students. We don't take administrative costs. We don't do it. We put those to that. So it might be in staff, obviously, because the staff are there doing the interventions. But we currently employ 10 paras in the Title I program across different, so Title I, 6B, and let's see, we have Title I N and D, and we also have a Title IV program. Okay, so across that, I have 10 employees that are not currently benefit eligible. All right, so they're less than the 30 hours per week that requires. The impact to our federal funds is $204,000 a year by bringing them in to the state health plan, because it isn't just the general fund that you impact, it is those other programs that we actually have. I'm only going to cover that. Other people are going to cover some other things, but I would answer any questions you may have.
You know, I definitely understand the concerns there with the FTEs that are kind of outside the block grant, but I have wondered as this conversation's gone on, and maybe you don't have a sense of it, where do these individuals get their insurance then? If they're working more than half time for the school district, clearly they're not picking up some other job that is benefited and provides them with health insurance. So are these just all uninsured Wyoming citizens that are working a good full-time job, but don't have health benefits?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, that is an excellent question. And that's why I have some concerns when you actually look at what you're proposing, even on those people that we already cover or don't cover in the general fund, because there's a number of those that we have that are benefit eligible that don't take it. What we see is that in education, and I think this is where it differs a lot from out in the public workforce, when you look at it, it's a lot of women. Spouse may be covered in have it with their employer. So when you look at those demographics, you're seeing a lot of those people are actually covered somewhere else on a different health plan. Or again, they choose to be a part-time mom. So we actually have another program that we do, and it's called Revive Health. And we as a district have chosen to make that premium payment for them. And it's a virtual health program. And the district actually pays that for those that do not have other coverage. I would agree with you that probably there are people out there that aren't covered under insurance, that don't have that. We have some that will say that. Some I do know have coverages elsewhere. Their spouse may be working, and that would actually happen to me in the food service program as well, is I have a couple of those staff members that are currently eligible that aren't on my insurance. But because on the state plan, they would have to do the split, their spouses work for YDOT. So now all of a sudden they come on, I pay half, YDOT would pay half because of the split coverages. So I don't have a super good, I just can't pin it and say, oh no, they're all underinsured. I don't believe that's the case. I will say that I believe though that there are some, and that is my worry as well, as because with the state as the premium amount, we have plans in our district that an employee, if you were eligible, can pay as low as 0%, okay, on a premium. Our district has a wellness benefit that is if you go do some wellness things, we pay 70% of the premium, you pay 30%. However, depending on the plan you choose, it can go down to as low as $0 or $12 for a family. So there are some really good things. That's affordable to me as a part-time employee. If it becomes something that I'm paying half the premium, $400 a month, I can't afford that. It's too much money on a part-time salary.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
But the reason it is that much is because the state's picking up the cost of the premium. There is no $0 premium insurance plan. We all wish there was. I certainly wish there was a $0 premium insurance plan. That'd be great. There's a premium, and your district is choosing to pick up the full cost of that premium.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I will disagree with you. In the Wyoming School Boards Association Insurance Trust Plan, of which I'm vice chairman of, we have 5 different plans. And of that, there are plans that, based on the structure of those, there is a premium set that's X amount of dollars. Our district can choose what plan they're going to fund on, but we actually do have plans that can get down to the $0. And I agree, the district does fund at a specific level. Okay, so maybe that's $1,700 a month per eligible employee. But based on the plan that they choose, they can go down to a $0 premium.
Mr. Chairman, I'm talking total premium. So between the district and the employee, WisBay offers plans with a $0 total premium. So they're getting health insurance
Oh,
for
excuse me.
$0.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, no, that you're absolutely correct. They all have a premium. It's just how they're structured. I apologize. for that.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, again, it comes down to compensation and it's pre-tax compensation. So honestly, whether you give $100 to the employee and they pay $100, or whether you pay $100 as the district, both pre-tax, it's functionally equivalent. Is that not accurate? I candidly see no difference between the two from a true economic value standpoint to the employee. Am I missing something there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I actually would disagree with you because it's money out of pocket that you don't have to spend. When we provide premiums and pay those individuals are not having to come up with anything out of pocket. We're paying that as an additional benefit. It's a compensation package as a total. And I kind of see where you're going, but let's just say that I will disagree with you on what's.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important, and I don't want to just agree to disagree on this because this matters. And the idea that I'm an employee and you decide that, well, we'll say that my total compensation is $70,000 arbitrarily. You can shift that from salary that's going to me that I'm going to use to pay to insurance, or you can directly pay my insurance. And that's going to change the amount of take-home salary I have by, we'll say, $200 or something. So if I pay the premium, I have a salary that's $200 higher, and I take that $200 and I pay the premium. All of that is pre-tax. It's not taxed. It doesn't ever come to me. So it's not out of pocket. I'm not paying anything out of pocket when it's a premium. I'm paying it pre-tax associated with my paycheck. I need to understand if there actually is any financial consequence to me, whether I believe you're paying it for me or whether I'm paying it for me, because it is consequential. If I'm missing something in the tax structure, the federal tax structure, that there is a tax advantage to the district paying the premium instead of me paying the premium when the aggregate compensation package is identical, I want to understand that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I think the difference becomes the fact that not everybody chooses to be on the insurance, even if they're eligible or not. That is the difference, and that's why Park number 1, as a district from the time I started, I've been doing this in Park 1 for 26 years. When I came in, their decision, I was told always as a board, this isn't administrative. This is as a board. We want to provide it in compensation, in salaries, because not everybody chooses to take insurance. I have a board member back there that spoke this morning. I was superintendent. So it's always been on not everybody takes it. So we actually look at our total compensation package, and those people that don't take that, we have been able to use that differential on that insurance that they don't take. I have actually have it written down. I don't remember.
Well,
how
I
many.
understand that.
Yeah.
And
So
Mr. Chairman,
we're using that. to make that difference. So yes,
Right.
yeah. So of those people that aren't taking it, I'm not having to pay that amount on them. Okay. So I'm able to do that. So again, I can make a choice. Maybe I can get it out in the private sector because my spouse works for somebody else that's not a state employee.
Right.
So I'm covered there.
But that's a different question. So it sounds like there is no difference from the employee's perspective of $100 towards the premium or $100 that is reduced from my salary that goes towards the premium. And I think I'm satisfied with that answer. I definitely understand how it comes into play with we'll save money on some employees and we'll use that money to potentially augment here and do the other things. That all makes sense. But just from a straight paycheck standpoint, I want to make sure that there's no tax implications that I'm missing.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Mr.
Mr. Chairman, if I may reluctantly try to address Senator Roth's question, but I believe there.
Wait. Introduce yourself.
Sure, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jed Ciccarelli, CFO for Laramie County School District number 1 in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Senator Roth, there would be tax implications. If you are coming at from an angle, if $100 of value to the employee for paying for a portion of their health care premiums versus the dollars that they earn in their paycheck. There are different treatments on payroll taxes, what's retirement eligible. When the district pays a portion of the premium, we have a different treatment for how that tax process works.
Mr. Chairman, Jed, that's not the full picture of what I asked. It's if I have to use the extra $100 to pay my premium to offset. In other words, you've got a reduced premium. You're buying the premium down for the employee, and you're doing that pre-tax as a district. We hear districts say they're doing that, so they're bringing the premium down, and they're paying, maybe a couple of $100s to buy that premium down. The alternative is you don't buy down the premium. I pay the premium of $200 a month. So the district could buy it down from 200 to 0, or I could have a $200 premium that I have to pay every month. So that's not post-tax. The premium gets paid pre-tax, as I understand it. And the idea that there is a savings there for me as the employee, I just don't see.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I'm going to approach it maybe from a little bit different of an angle. Within our district, we have a independent, fully insured plan. And it's a very vital part of our total compensation plan. In particular for our district, and I'll just kind of relate this to some of our hiring and recruitment practices, it's a key piece for us, hard to fill areas, custodians, nutrition, bus drivers, paras. We have a number of employees that work for us exclusively for the health benefits. So any shift for us to maybe move $1 worth of health insurance contribution into salaries isn't necessarily just a wash for the employee. There are some advantages to that. That dollar that moved from our premium share to the employee, if we raise their salary by $100, now that's pensionable with the Wyoming retirement system, right? That goes into their overall contributions too, because it's on the salary side of their compensation. But I think the key for us and the concerns that were shared by Mr. Smith and Ms. Lewis, and from the district's perspective, is that when we look at the comparison to what our practices are now, Laramie School District 1, we pay 92% of the overall premium. The employee picks up 8%. When we compare our plan with a similar EGI plan, an employee is going to pay $66 to $150 more a month based on the contribution rates. I think it was 18 and 82% split that was discussed earlier. That represents for a family individual in our district about $1,700 more dollars. Now, to Senator Rothfuss's question earlier, which I appreciate the clarification, if a district was to voluntarily pick up some of that premium, maybe Laramie School District 1 wanted to retain that 92-8 split, it wouldn't be feasible for us because the structure of the bill doesn't give us any additional resources to pick up that additional premium. It's going to strictly be based on the employer's state contribution. So there's no opportunity. There's not a financial opportunity for us to do just that, which is a key point of it too. And Mr. Chairman, if I might just quickly, I'll try not to be redundant, but just mention a few other points too. I think the magnitude of this policy change, I think it goes significantly beyond just a funding model adjustment. It's probably been the number one concern that our staff members have expressed to us. It impacts our labor agreements, most notably our employees. I'll put it quickly into perspective. Our district has about 2,500 employees. We have about between 17 and 1,800 of our employees are on health insurance plans. And we know that there's about a 2.5% or 2.5 person multiplier for insured lives. So Laramie County School District 1, we represent about 4,500 insured lives. So that's a huge portion of what would be shifted over into the state's plan. And I appreciate the earlier comments. There's so many different things to compare to really determine if there is a cost benefit here. We're talking about the premium splits right now, but we also have deductibles. We have out-of-pocket maximums. We have co-pays on prescriptions. We have co-insurance versus co-pay, and the list goes on. And we've struggled to try to do an apples to apples comparison, and it's very tough. And I appreciate that the earlier comments around really for us to even have a notion of the cost savings would require a full actuarial analysis. Claims experience, the center office I mentioned earlier. I think it's a fallacy to assume that there's going to be a cost savings overall without all of that information and those details. And Mr. Chairman, I'll quickly wrap this up. I just want to mention along the lines of concerns over the plan design differences. I'll just use one example from a concern that was shared with me from an employee was even particular drug prescription coverage. Health plans rely on formularies to determine what prescriptions are covered under those plans. I've had a staff member verify that they have very necessary prescriptions that are not covered under the state plan. So that either means that cost shifts to the employee or they have to work with their doctors for alternatives on those prescriptions. And I think that's just one of the many questions people are having over what this would look like if we were to shift and mandate all school district employees into the state plan. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to address any questions. I don't know if I hit Senator Roth's questions earlier, but I'm happy to attempt it again. So I have three parents from I asked the parent first. Mr. Chairman, my apologies if I misheard that when I was coming up. I am a parent of a Laramie County School District 1 employee, but I was speaking on behalf of the school district. So let me ask the audience, are there parents here who want to testify?
Are any parents here who want to testify? Please come forward. I'm going to get to everyone, but I ask you to go in the order that I'm asking. Please. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask a question? I see that there's still somebody from ANI, and this is something I knew I had one more question to ask them before I get to the parents, but and I don't know the answer to it, but wondering about the difference because I've had a couple of emails about it. Would the school districts be required if, let's say, they only cover the 30-hour and above folks? This plan offers the option for 20 hours and above. Would a school district have to do that, or would they be able to just go with their 30%? So if the
Director,
ANI
come on up.
could let me know,
you folks just
or
stay
someone
right
let me
there.
know if that's a question. Is it an option or is it required?
Director, if you want to come up to the table here, that's fine.
Okay. And I apologize for
that's
getting that question, but
no
I saw they were hanging out in the back and I didn't want them to get
Director,
away.
did you hear the question?
Chairman, my understanding is the question is if they're 20 hours a month, do they have to participate? And that answer is no. 20 hours a month to 30 hours a month. What happens now is it's half of the premium we pay.
Okay. Thank you.
But they have to be. We have someone coming. You have a friend coming.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, the 20 hours a week, so 80 hours a month is the requirement to be eligible. If they work over 30, which means they still satisfy the 80, they get the full contribution. The premium is exactly the same no matter what. But if they work over 20, so they're eligible, but under 30 per week, they get a half contribution towards the same premium dollars. No, you don't have to participate.
Yes, Senator.
I don't think it's being understood as I think it's intended to be asked. The district has to provide that rule set is the question. And they don't get to opt out of the rule set that you just provided for an employee working between 20 and 30 hours. That individual has to be eligible. I believe that's what Senator Schuler is asking, and that's my understanding.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, sorry, thank you. You're absolutely right. They don't have to participate. They are just simply eligible. But I wonder if, forgive me if.
But the school district has to.
Well, if the employee chooses anything less than single health, so they take dental only, or they take dental and life, or they take life only, so there's no health premium, we get it's required that the entity pay, or the district pay the entire single employee only contribution. So it might be $90 worth of $100 worth of dental premium and $8 worth of life insurance, but that excess of the 956 employee only contribution, that excess still comes to EGI, and that helps subsidize and pay medical claims. Yeah.
Okay, good to go. Okay, thank you, Director. Appreciate it. Okay, back to public testimony. Two parents in front of us. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Katie Christopherson again, parent in Laramie County 1. As a parent, I guess I would like to speak to the fact that I'm not an employee of the school district. This will not affect me. Other than that, I think this is potentially a overstep, and that local control should be given to the school districts to decide this. This obviously is a hot topic from my perspective as a parent. It doesn't affect me, but it affects a lot of employees who are here to talk about it. Not all teachers can be here to voice their opinion. They're at school today. And so as a parent, I trust the people who will talk. And so I guess that's my perspective as a parent in my comment to you today. I know you asked for parents first, and there was an order to what you wanted to hear. But that's my perspective.
And we are going to get to everyone today. Yeah. So, but as a courtesy, that's why I'm asking for parents. And I fully understand, this committee fully understands that all parents who would like to be here can't be here. So I understand that as well. Sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, senators and representatives. My name is Nathan Gordemaker. I am a father of two here in Laramie County School District number 1. They both go to Cary Middle School, which is a very large school, something I was not used to and did not grow up in. I also come to you as a small independent business owner. I'm an independent insurance agent. My concerns right now addressing and reviewing this bill, number one as a parent and thinking about our children, the backbone of our society, our teachers, public sector employees, those are the heartbeat of our communities, and we want to do the best we can to take care of them, right? When I look at that, this bill has multiple pieces to it. The piece that I would like to address right now as a small business owner is when we consolidate everybody in one blanket plan or one blanket statement, each person or each area has individual concerns, individual needs. Each school system might have an employee with that one-off that needs specific pharmaceutical needs, might need specific treatment. When we put that all under one plan, there's a lot of moving pieces that, in my opinion, have not been addressed or looked at. My secondary piece of that is if we do one plan, my understanding based on what I just heard from EGI is they would have to double the needs of their current department, which would cause an increase in spending there. Also, my understanding is their actuary or representative is from Arizona. When we put all of this in one plan, what that removes as a parent, a small business owner, is your independent insurance agents that work with these school systems. We provide businesses in these backyards of these communities When you drive around your sports fields, you look inside your high school gyms, you see local sponsors. You see local business owners in there. If we would put everybody under one plan and that money shifts out of state to a consultant or agent elsewhere, that money does not stay also within our local school system, which also goes to our enrollment, because local business owners need to make a living to have kids in that school. So that would be another concern of mine, is you're taking away the opportunity of independent insurance agents across Wyoming and putting everything all under one plan and possibly moving that income out of the state elsewhere. I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you both being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other parents? Okay, so let's start with anyone who would like to give testimony. Come on up. We have 4 chairs, and on this related issue. Looking forward to hearing from you. Welcome. Good morning, ma'am. Please go right ahead, introduce yourself, and we're waiting to hear.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Cheryl Hageman. I am a certified risk manager, and I'm also licensed as an insurance professional in 14 states. I've been fortunate to serve Wyoming public entities for close to 30 years now. I am able to do so as a representative of the Wyoming Educators Benefit Trust, or WEBT, a not-for-profit, fully funded public entity employee benefit trust, which was created in 1971. This is the 4th time in 20 years I've been before the legislative body to discuss this issue. For the past 54 years, WEBT has served educational entities within Wyoming, learning the demographics, the geographical regions, and most importantly, the traits that make each and every one of our entities unique. This information has allowed us to understand the financial risk associated with group health plans better than most. In fact, given that the state plans started offering coverage to school districts in 2010, we had a 39-year head start. We pride ourselves at WEBT on our high level of integrity, and most importantly, our member service. Our WEBT team represents each and every one of our members in providing care, concern, advocacy, financial security, all while we maintain a fiscally prudent and responsible group health plan. Currently, 85% of our population are educational employees, including 6,100 educational employees and their 10,400 family members. Of concern with this recommendation is our lack of the understanding of the unlimited financial risk of such an undertaking. At this point, the risk posed to the state is immeasurable at best, and it may prove detrimental to the overall health of your program. If you may recall, in 2019, the EGI program deficit spending with no surplus cash balance, the state projected a loss of close to $24 million. From January 1, 2019 to January 1, 2021, the increases to premiums in the state EGI program equated close to 23%. This increase included a mid-year 10% rate increase as they went into 2021, along with the change in the state employee split from an 85-15 split to an 82-18 split, as alluded to earlier. All factors considered, those changes had significant negative financial impacts on the state of Wyoming, as well as the state of Wyoming employees. During this time, when asked for comparable data, the information shared with the legislative body said, comparisons with other plans would not be appropriate because other plans may have had consistent and steady rate increases, while EGI has not. I do believe that holds true today. The EGI Fall 2025 Benefit Press states, the plan requires thoughtful consideration and time. They want to add new plans to help their people. And it says they must need 2 to 3 years to begin to even analyze the impact of adding a plan, which would mean maybe a $1,500 plan or a $2,000 plan, something additional. They need 2 to 3 years to help ensure the financial stability of the plan. So when I'm asked to quantify to you all the financial impact to EGI of adding school districts, I must say there is no comparable data, as the data does not exist. The unknown costs associated with adding 35,000 plus Wyoming belly buttons into your plan would be immeasurable and would warrant an incredibly significant amount of time, consideration, and research. In addition to what I believe is an unlimited financial risk to this state, I believe this requirement will result in a monopolistic form of group health plans. This type of environment will reduce competition in our marketplace, will drive our costs up and not down, resulting in higher premiums, not only for our current state employees, but for other Wyoming tax-paying citizens, including both public and private sector employers. In conclusion, the impact of this type of decision will certainly impact my ability and our team's ability to maintain our business in Wyoming, resulting in the loss of employment of my team who have selfishly served the state of Wyoming and its public entities for a collective period of over a century. I thank you for your time today, and I'm open to questions now or as you work through the session.
I appreciate your comments, and I wanted to give you time because there is a legitimate point of view that you're expressing. So, committee, I gave some time on leave on that. Questions? Questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir.
Mr. Co-Chair, my name is Terry Sterling. I'm the plan administrator for the WISBATE program. WISBATE started in 1995 by a group of schools that wanted something different. What the market was offering at that point in time, they wanted something more specific to school districts. They wanted to have control. They wanted to have flexibility. And unfortunately, this proposal throws all of that into jeopardy. As Ms. Hageman so eloquently discussed, the idea of competition, the idea of monopolistic practices within our state when it comes to group health insurance for school districts is not good for the system. Competition, I mean, in our society makes us all better. I will say that it's not very often that Cheryl and I will sit at the table side by side. We compete against each other. I believe between the two of us, we have 44, 43 of the 48 school districts within our programs. But it makes us better. When they have an improvement, I have to look at it and go, oh, wait a minute. That's a really good idea, Cheryl. Thank you. Maybe we want to take that up or we want to explore it. It makes us better. That incentive goes away. But I wanted to touch just more on the idea of insurance. I'm a 39-year veteran of insurance. And during that time, what I'm seeing right now is completely unheard of in the insurance world. And what I'm talking about is underwriting. All of us go through underwriting. Every insurance policy that is written, there's underwriting. So when you go and you apply for your auto insurance, you as an individual are underwritten. They look at your driving record. They look at the kind of car that you drive. They look at everything about you and they decide whether or not you are a good risk. Essentially, what we're looking at here is adding 35,000 people, probably to the tune of what, 150 to 180 million dollars without doing any underwriting. We're walking into this completely blind without knowing the risk that we're looking at, and it's completely unheard of within our industry. As has been discussed and has been mentioned, so the I guess kind of just keep in mind that the state plan is 100% self-funded. All right, what that means is when that $2.2 million hospital bill comes in from that preemie baby, the state's going to write a check for that. The EGI program will write a check for that $2.2 million. And so as you go through and you look at adding 35,000 people, if you miss it, if you miss the premium, if you miss the funding, the financial consequences could be huge. I mean, because we're talking, we're talking when you add all the school districts up, and forgive me, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the exact dollar figure there, but I'm guessing it's between that 150, probably to $100 million, $180 million. So you miss it and the impact could be significant. Now I know, some of the arguments, the bigger pool, it's more predictable. We can go and we can negotiate with providers. Historically, maybe yes. But I would argue that in this day and age, the larger pool has lost some of its negotiating power with our provider community, because in part, the premise of that is based on, all right, I'm going to go to Dr. X and I'm going to say, look, I'm going to steer you 35,000 people, and in return, you will give me a discount. The problem is that right now within the state of Wyoming, and we don't have the medical capacity really to pit one provider against another. Our providers are already at 100 and some % of capacity. When's the last time that you tried to get a doctor's appointment and they could get you in the next day? If you want a specialist, my experience is, 6-8 weeks at best, you're going to get in. And so the idea that you can steer more care to providers has lost a little bit of the power that it maybe once had. So there's no, I guess my point would be is there's really no evidence, Mr. Chairman, that doing this will save money. There's some hope, and maybe there's some theoretical ideas that would happen. But I have yet to see or hear any evidence without having properly studied it, without having properly underwritten the risk, as every insurance company in the world will do when you walk into this kind of an exposure. What there is evidence of is that, as has been talked, each district that's came up here and talked, and I suspect you'll hear more, has said that it will increase their costs. What there is evidence of is that the state plan folks have said, we have to hire 10 people. All right, we now have to add to government. We have a government takeover of a private industry here that's going to cost the government more. You're going to have to buy, you have to buy benefits. You have to salary 10 more people. So there is evidence that the costs potentially could go up. It seems that we only have hope when it comes to that will save money. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly stand for questions.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We tried to touch on this a little back in Casper. How much does the WSBA make on your side hustle of selling health insurance back to the districts?
Mr. Chairman, President Biden, first of all, I don't know that I would categorize it as a side hustle.
Is that your main line of business then?
It is not. It's one of the programs that we offer to our districts. And we are not selling them insurance. We are a partially self-funded plan as well. We administer that plan. If you want to make a comparison, we would be the same as A&I. All All right, A&I is not the insurance company. They are the administrators for that plan. So we administer that plan. We help coordinate the service providers. The plan itself is actually governed by a board of participating members. So it's not an insurance plan as maybe we would stereotypically think of. We administer a self-funded plan. The dollars that go in come from the districts. The dollars that go out are spent on behalf of the districts. And we act as that administrator.
Follow-up.
Yes, Mr. President.
So do you have a ballpark, how many millions of dollars flow through this program that you manage?
From a claims, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, from a claims and administration standpoint, our annual budget this year was projected at $48 million.
Pretty substantial. To me, it seems like there may or may not be a conflict of interest, but there certainly appears that there is one. Because the WSBA is mostly funded through the districts that pay dues to you guys with taxpayer money. You guys come to us like you're sitting here today lobbying us on policy. And this specific policy directly affects the WSBA's, what I call a side hustle in the health insurance business. It just doesn't smell right to me. And I think that needs to get out to the public. Like, obviously you're against this idea and you're out here lobbying us to stop us from doing this, but there needs to be some transparency here as to, you're getting the districts all riled up over the health insurance thing. We spent over an hour talking about it today. This doesn't affect kids one bit. That's what we're here to talk about today is K-12 education and making sure that the kids are taken care of and money's flowing into the classroom. But we're wrapped around the axle talking about who pays in health insurance, whether it's you guys are in the state plan or a WSBA sponsored plan. So just a little more transparency would be great. Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to ask with WEBT, but I'll ask both of you. What are your payout ratios for your plans?
We operate WBT on a 93% break-even point. 7 cents on every dollar goes towards our third-party administrator fees, as well as stop-loss protection from large claims.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, and our number would be very similar to that 93-7 split.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, both of you. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Matt Follett, Chief Financial Officer in Natrona County School District. So 7 months of these meetings, you finally get Natrona up here. And I want to apologize, Mr. Chair, and to the parents for jumping the gun a little earlier and coming up here.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I have some history in my previous life. You saw Mr. Sterling up here. I ran the same health plan he did at Associated School Board of South Dakota. I've known him for 15 years. So I have that insight. They had 60 school districts in their plan and it was a $70 million plan. And then I've also been fortunate to serve as the finance officer for the state of South Dakota's employee health pool. So like this is my wheelhouse. I just prefer school finance more. So it's ultimately what led me to Casper. So I wanted to kind of set the table with that. This is an interesting, tough issue for this committee to wrestle with. You have in the current model, current law, you have what the health insurance proxy set on, the state health plan rates. And then we go 5 years without any increases, 4 or 5 years to the EGI rates. While WSBATE and WEPT and our colleagues out in the school districts around Wyoming are receiving year-over-year insurance increases. And it's because state health plans are administered far differently than any other plan. So in FY24, the state of Wyoming spent $5.4 billion as a whole government-wide entity, excluding component units, and $373 million in the group insurance internal service fund. 7% of overall state expenditures was the health plan. School districts, we all know 85% of our general fund salary and benefits. So health insurance is a big thing. But what sets the state apart is, and EGI mentioned it, the health plan has cash balance limitations. So let's just say, for example, I've lived this in a previous life. Anecdotally, cash balance limitation, the internal service fund's 100 million. We have 80 million in it. The actuary comes and says, you need to raise rates and we need 30 extra $million. So coming from the executive branch, we would have to be crazy to bring that budget recommendation to the appropriations committee because it put us short the cash balance cap. Additionally, there's general, federal, and other fund implications into that $30 million increase, right? So it might be a lean year in the general fund, and there might be a decision like, well, we're not going to increase rates. Or in the other fund side of things, there might be like the state park fund. So we're going to increase benefits over here to these staff paid out of the state park fund, and that might drive a rate increase for admission, for an example, right? So it's a huge analysis state governments do. So there might be the decision be like, we're not going to increase rates, even though actuary says it is, because we have these plan limitations with cash balance. It's really a small portion of the overall state government budget. If we need to throw some one-time money over there, here and there, we can. $10 million one-time backfill on a $5.5 billion budget, it's like not too material. So that is ultimately, from what I've seen since coming to Wyoming and watching my colleagues, and like I said, Natrona, we're fortunate we're on the plan. We've been on this thing since 2011. It's working for us, but it works for us and it might not necessarily work for everybody. So then kind of look at that proxy and it's like, okay, well, then the state health plan is run much differently than anywhere else in Wyoming. So what are we going to do about that? So now let's make the proposal to bring everyone in the state health plan. I'm a little biased. EGI, oh, they're still back there. I do think I can run the state health plan better than EGI, but that's because I'm biased. They're awesome people. I'm kidding. But what you hear is the big difference school districts come in the state health plan is, and they've never seen it, I've lived it, is someone does buy that $50 of family or single dental insurance. The school districts are still remitting $900 back to EGI. They're still doing the whole $950. That's how the statewide cost allocation plans handled for Wyoming government proper. Because right, HHS, the cognizant agency for the state, is going to say, you need to charge state of Wyoming your general funds and federal funds the same. That way they're treated equitably. So that's how state government is as well. It's like the general fund and these federal grants can be treated the same. As a school district, we fall outside the state SWI cap. So I think EGI would have flexibility to say, we don't want you to send this excess. That's like, they would have to confirm that, but that's in my professional opinion. So that's going to be a large change. So I'm really cautioning this group as we go forward with this, it is going to involve not like the claim side's one thing, but deep fiscal analysis, school district by school district. If a school district contributes $800 a month from the district side, and now they have to go to contribute $950, that's a $150 increase per month times 12 times the number of people in that plan. So that's an automatic cost driver. And I think Mr. Smith, which seems like hours ago at this point, made a good point. Is like he's using those savings in the block grant model to pay people. So that's really, I think, is going to handcuff school districts. And that's why I'm cautioning this group. These two up here said it. There's an EGI did too. There needs to be an enormous amount of claims information to be brought in to make sure it gets priced correctly. We mispricing this with the 30,000 people coming on board. It's a mistake that's going to add up to tens of millions of dollars for the state health plan. In addition to what's the impact to local school district budgets. EGI, if there's 5 things I like about EGI, there's 5 things I don't like about it as a school district that participates in it. The 5 things I like about it outweigh the 5 I don't like. Like, I don't like how we don't have flexibility. Their eligibility is the first day of the month following the first day of employment. So someone starts on the 28th of the month, they're getting health benefits the first of the month. Personally, I think people need to work a little more in order to be eligible for health benefits, but we can't change that. Our hands are tied. Staff have the option to either elect pre-tax or after-tax benefits. I prefer the policy of you elect health insurance and dental insurance is automatically pre-taxed. So there is some administrative burden that comes with participating in the health plan for us. You know, we don't have the ability to have an HR system where people enroll in it and the enrollment files get sent out to the insurance carrier and those rates automatically go over to our payroll system. We go out to EGI's HR system and we're taking them one by one and entering them into our payroll system. It's labor intensive. We have 2,000 staff members. That's something, and they're well aware of that. We're trying to figure out a way to make that process a little more efficient. I guess lastly, you know, with my background, the district never go for this, but I would love to recommend Natrona County School District going back to self-funding ourselves. The reason we won't, and it's a good call and I agree with it, is we have retirees on the plan. In 7 months, and this isn't going to be a popular comment, but I'm going to say it. In 7 months, we've never heard one person say we can write off a $700 million liability from the state of Wyoming and its EGI participants by no longer allowing retiree coverage. The reason we don't self-fund is because we have retirees on the plan. So we know 80% of a plan spends on 20% of the population, and the most expensive demographic is 55 and above. So knowing that, Natrona with retirees on the plan will never leave EGI. We want to be in the biggest pool because like the law of large losses says, the bigger your pool, the more predictable losses are. I think Mr. Sterling also confirmed that as well, that theory. So we're going to be in it forever. There's some administrative burden. Do we wish we had a little more control over it? Yes. But ultimately, we have retirees on the plan, a very expensive demographic that we're going to just keep rolling with EGI. However, it would be nice to eventually, maybe someday, have the option for us to go back out and self-fund again. You know, we're competitive. I would love to say we're going to go back to self-funding, and this $1,000 premium EGI has, we're going to structure it in a way where it's going to be $900, and then we're going to use that difference to pump back into salaries. It's just in this environment, we have retirees. So that's one big elephant in the room that we haven't really talked about as a committee is we have retirees in the plan. They're expensive. So we're hanging with EGI for the rest of time. So that's kind of Natrona's 2 cents on this. Just be careful. It is a loss of local control. We really support other districts being able to kind of choose what they want to do. They could come in the state plan if they want. We're the only ones. It works for us. Doesn't mean it works for everybody. So with that, Mr. Chair, sorry for rambling on there for a little bit. I can stand for questions.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. For the sake of the audience, we're going to break at 12:30. So I ask you to be mindful of the people behind you who want to testify. We want to hear you. We want to get everyone the ability to speak. So I'm going to start watching the clock here. Sir, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Chairman Salazar, members of the committee, Boyd Brown, I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. I guess my comments, I'll try to keep very short. I've been the superintendent in the largest and the smallest school districts in the state. Laramie 1 is self-funded, Campbell County is with Wisbate, and Sheridan 3 is also with Wisbate. So I guess I have a perspective there looking at it, and not one of your school districts goes out there and just decides on what they're going to do for their health insurance without conferring with their individuals. And they confer with them not only about health insurance, but when we're doing that, we confer with them about salaries. And I think you heard the chief financial officer from Laramie 1 say that it is also as part of their negotiation agreements. So I guess what I'd really like to say is we've had 20 years of the ability for school districts to get in with the health pool, state health pool. And when we go out for a request for proposal to check out all the different options that we have for health insurance out there, there's not one other district that's decided to go to the health pool. And I guess what I would say there is that means that they're being able to fund their health insurance based on the proxy that we have, which is the state health insurance, and then be able to do something else with that money or add money to it to take care of the health. But they're not going to the state health pool because it's beneficial for their district. And I guess each one of the districts gets the opportunity to decide that. So And I will tell you, I guess I heard President Beitman say, something about socialism in Teton County. I would say that this is kind of a socialism deal, making every district go to that. I mean, why, I haven't heard anybody say that it's a good idea from this side of the room. And with that, I'll take questions.
Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Salazar. Chase Christensen, Superintendent, Sheridan County 3. I did want to address Senator Rothfuss's question from before and just give an on-the-ground example of some options that are currently available within health insurance that may be shut off if we do go to a state plan. Senator Rothfuss, you made a comparison earlier of the opportunity for a district to compensate an employee an extra $200, and then that $200 would go toward a premium rather than just paying the premium for them. And there are tax consequences for that. It was alluded to earlier, but I wanted to detail that. Namely, that additional compensation is federal income tax free. It comes out prior to charging for federal income tax, but it is taxed for Medicare, for Social Security. The retirement contribution to the state pension system is taken out of that. So in order to get the employee that $200, you're talking about potentially paying, it depends on the district, but you're going to pay $240, $250 in order to get them that $200 that they could use to pay down that premium. So there's an increased cost there. Additionally, that's on the employee side, and then you were very focused on what is the cost to the employee. The employer also pays Social Security, Medicare, pension contributions on that additional compensation. Now, there is a way to get done what you're talking about doing, and that is to funnel additional dollars to the employee as an HSA contribution. And then the employee could use an HSA to pay for their premium. I'm not certain. I've read the entire state plan. I've read the entire WSBATE plan. I've read the entire WEP plan. I would encourage you guys to do that to understand the decisions that we're really making here. I'm not certain that with the state plan, districts would be allowed to make the decision that we are going to contribute to an HSA for our employees. I don't know if it allows us to do that. And it was pointed out earlier, even if we wanted to do that, I think part of the reason that we're thinking about moving toward the state plan is that we're working toward making the dollars allocated toward health insurance and the dollars spent on health insurance much the same. And if districts are provided that amount that goes straight to the health plan, or cut the middleman out, state pays for the health insurance for every employee in the state, right? School districts included. Well, you don't need to send the money to the district in order for that to occur. But that takes away, the opportunity for a district to spend less on health insurance and kick into an HSA, a district to spend less on health insurance and provide additional compensation to their employees. In my district right now, and this is the on the ground example, and I'll be done. We pay for single policies 100% of the premium. And if you select a high deductible health plan that has a lowest premium, for a single person, we kick $300 to an HSA. On the state plan, with the employee paying 18% of that, on a similar plan to that, with the employee paying 18%, they're going to pay $180 out of their paycheck. And they're not going to get that $300 kicked into an HSA. It's $480 a month. Let's round it to 500. It's $6,000 a year. Okay, we're talking about starting the day and the impact to kids in the classroom. We need excellent teachers in the classroom. And generously, you guys are working through, and we haven't been able to figure out the numbers. I think most of us in the room are thinking that the 70,000 average, the 63,000 average, probably increases pay to teachers a little bit. It doesn't increase pay to teachers $6,000. So if we increase pay and we increase costs to the employee for health insurance, our teachers are going to lose out on this deal, which means they're not going to stay in the classroom, which means we don't have the greatest teachers in the country in our classrooms in the state of Wyoming, which means kids get hurt, Senator Beitman. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, as I look over the state plan, it provides for continued insurance for retirees. And I'm not talking about COBRA rates. It's continuing with the same rates if you have 20 years of service. With the plan that you're offering, do you do that? Do you provide insurance for retirees that are not Medicare eligible?
Right now, it's not written into our plan, but right now it's the practice of our district to provide one additional year of health insurance premiums to an employee that retires with, like you said, 20 years worth of service, an extended length of time to the district. I think the hope would be that that additional year gets them somewhere close to Medicare, but I think you just heard from Natrona County that that's one of the big reasons that we're able to run the health plans that we are. We do not provide further health care past that 1 year that we continue to pay premiums.
So follow up, please. So I retired early and my premiums were $4,000 plus a month because I was not Medicare eligible. This is a huge benefit to be able to have continuing health care after you retire with only 20 years of service, to be able to have continuation. So is that something that you consider as you look at these different plans, that on the state plan, this will benefit the retirees?
Chairman,
please.
Chairman Heiner, I would like to say that, as I think you've heard multiple times, we take all of it into consideration when we're comparing options in the healthcare plans. And our employees are part of that process. We meet with our employees. We ask what their desires are in terms of what they would like to have. You are 100% correct. It is a huge benefit for that. That benefit's not free though. There is no longer an employer contribution for that retiree. The retiree is paying the entire 100% of that premium in the state plan. They're allowed to continue. It's not the employer that's continuing to pay that though. They can stay part of the plan, but they pay for it. So it is there. And I think that it will probably cost, because you're in a pool, you're not within going to find your own insurance. It's not going to be $4,000 a month, but it is going to be $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 per month. It's not continuing to be $180 I write like I was while I was working.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Teresa Chalk, Superintendent, Lincoln 1, Kimmer, Wyoming. Chairman Salzar and the committee. I wanted to follow up on Representative Heiner's question. I'm Wisbait, and we do allow our retirees to stay on our insurance, just like the state plan. It is at their cost. Once they are eligible for Medicare, they still stay on us for dental and vision, but that gap, it is like $900 a month for single insurance, but that is allowed. So Wisbait does allow that. I guess I'm here because I have more questions than answers. And I think you're getting a lot of pushback for a number of reasons, but Representative Heiner and Senator Schuler and several other legislators attended a couple of meetings in Southwest Wyoming, and health insurance was a huge topic. And the board members that were there all said, local control, let us choose. We've done our job to give our staff the benefits they need and that's what they want. So I've heard a couple of different things. First, we want to make sure more people have insurance. 20 hours. We heard the state plan say that if they work 20 to 29 hours, they get 50% of the benefit. So that means they're paying 50% of the benefit. So that means if I have a 22-hour employee that makes $17.50 an hour, they're working to pay for their insurance. What benefit is that? If that's the goal, is to have more people on insurance, and everybody back here might smack me, but that's okay. Put that in the plan. Say, we want you to offer health insurance to 20 hours plus. Don't make us go to one plan, because it has been mentioned more than once. Equity and socialism, simple definitions. Equity is the quality of being fair and just. Socialism's government collectively owns and controls the resources. We are Wyoming. We're conservative. We believe in local control. And I believe most of you guys were elected on that same premise. With that, I stand for questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amy Hendrickson, and I'm here, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Association of Wyoming Insurance Agents. Our members are independent insurance agents throughout the state and brokers, and they serve Wyoming's communities by helping consumers know what their options are with the insurance products that will meet their need. That helps them choose what is best for their choose the coverage that best suits them. With me is Melissa Bilby. She's an AWEA member and also an insurance consultant, and she will help me answer any questions related to insurance that if you should have any. AWEA has concerns over this provision, many of which have already been stated, so I'll just kind of go over briefly what we are concerned about. But the one thing I would like to point out is this impacts more than just the school districts, the employees of the school districts. It will impact the employees of small businesses throughout the state. The reason for this is that we already know there's a limited number of options when it comes to health insurance here. We just lost one provider, which threw 11,000 people back on the market to find coverage. If you move so many people into a government plan, this risks reducing the competition even further and the chance that some of these other providers may leave the state. Again, I just reiterate the need for local control for that this will reduce competition. It will disrupt a functioning system. That does not necessarily mean that prices will go down. In fact, there's more evidence that the premiums will increase, the costs will increase. Certainly, for small businesses, it risks that they will not be able to find coverage to provide to their employees, which makes it more difficult for the rest of the citizens. It may help, may provide some certainty for employees of the school districts, but it creates tremendous uncertainty in other areas. We don't see it as a cost-saving measure, and we would encourage that you take some time to actually study what the cost would be before implementing such a move. And then lastly, just as it has been said, the option to participate already exists, and the school districts have chosen not to do that because they want the ability to tailor their plans to meet the insurance needs of their community. And we also feel that it runs counter to long-held Wyoming values with regard to small government and local control over local decisions. So with that, I'll take any questions.
I was just really here. I'm Melissa Bilby. I am a member of AWEA, but I'm also a small business owner in the state. Me and my husband have two very small businesses. So, when we look at the potential of taking so many people and putting them in one pool, being a small state in the insurance market, it affects everybody in the state. It eliminates competition. It eliminates us to have the ability to go out there and market our plans and compete. And with less insurance providers in our state, that is going to become even harder. I'd say that the risk is probably now spread between other carriers, and that risk management really needs to be looked at probably before such a move would be taken into consideration.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna head down the insurance and small business path for a second. Do you find it next to impossible for most small businesses due to federal regulations and Obamacare to even offer health insurance anymore?
I'd be surprised. We probably I've been working in the insurance industry for 34 years in the state of Wyoming. And so I mean, we saw a small shift, but I think they're finding a way. They're doing higher deductibles, higher out of pockets. They're doing HSAs, HRAs. They're contributing towards those savings accounts for those employees and putting the money back in their hands. Because less than probably 10% meet their out of pocket a year. So if we mandate a better plan, or we as a small employer say, we're going to buy the best plan, but only 2 of you out of 20 even use it every year. But we're going to make you pay a higher premium or contribution towards that plan because of those 2. That's really adverse to what we really want to do. We'd rather put money in a health savings account and allow them, the ones that aren't using it and the ones that are using it, to have that choice, to have that high deductible. If they don't use it, it's a savings account for them for future, for retirement purposes and stuff, and to fill some of those gaps. So we haven't seen a large shift in them dropping coverage completely now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An HSA is not health insurance, not even
Self-insur-
close.
Yeah.
And there's a requirement now.
Mhm.
So you're either, if you're providing insurance, you belong to a bigger pool, or you have 80% of all your employees sign up for your pool. Do you know how hard that is to get done?
So, yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator. So I would say in a small business arena, we have to provide it has to be, HSA has to be linked to a health insurance program still. So we're still providing insurance. It's just we're allowing the employee to have extra money to make the decision on how to spend it. If they need it for their deductibles and out of pockets, that savings account accumulates and rolls over. They can use that tax-free money to do that. So it is tied to a health insurance program. So does that
Mr.
make
Chairman,
sense?
could I just add that this also goes right to our concern that if you further reduce the competition in the state, the cost for the employer goes up and makes it much, much harder for them to even consider offering the health insurance as a benefit to their employees. And I would also remind the committee that out of all the businesses in Wyoming, 89.5% have 20 or fewer employees. So we're talking about a lot of businesses in the state and a lot of individuals here. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just curious about the onerism of the federal regulations. I have 45 employees.
Mhm.
And for me to provide health insurance, I have to have 80%
Participation.
which is 34. You know how hard it is to get 34 employees to sign up for a group plan? Most of the young kids are, I'm gonna live forever, I'm bulletproof. Well, here's $200 into your HSA and they're gonna love that, or 500 or whatever you put in there. But then they turn 29 and find out they have cancer or something. And that's my pushback on
I agree.
the HRAs and the HSAs. I'm gonna get in trouble for this, the Aflacs of the world, which is assurance, not insurance. So as we look at this, it seems to me that the bigger the pool, the better the benefit. I do understand the lack of competition, but I almost think we need to attack this from a policy towards the federal government and state regulations, and it might solve a lot of what we're talking about. And I'm sorry I got off topic, Mr. President, but thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Can I just add one more, Mr. Chairman? So I do want to answer Senator McCowan. We struggle the same way in small business. Getting participants in our plan, we're at risk right now of losing our coverage because we drop below a certain number. And, you know, so I agree with you, that is an issue. And I think that's our younger population not realizing how important benefits are. And if they have to pay $23 or $30 a paycheck pre-tax, they're like, well, I don't want to do that. I want that $30 in my pocket. So part of my job is to educate every employee that we talk to for employers to let them know that's a vital piece. And when they do have that claim, they're going to need it. So yes, I agree with you on that. Thank you. Uh-huh.
4 minutes before we break or jump back.
Thank you. Chair, I'll take 4 minutes and I'll step aside. J.C. Inskeep, Lincoln County School District number 2, in essence, Star Valley. 21 years in the state of Wyoming. I moved my family here and absolutely loved it. Graduated 3 kids through the education, 2 kids at UW and 1 kid at Western. So I would say I'm fully vested, 100%. Love it here. I came out of a different state because of what it does. The group behind me is probably not going to be happy, and I'm trying to figure out if I only have 3 lunch buddies or I'm only going to have 1 lunch buddy in about 1 minute. I'll take it. An opportunity to understand as we sit down and talk about health insurance, the card that we don't play. We've listened to all the testimony up here and we all dance around it. And so I'm just not going to dance around it. I'm going to give you the math, the straight math. We as a district capture, in essence, $1.1 million off the insurances because we do a different purchasing. Now let's do the math because we talk about what comes back to employees. So if I say 1.1 as the math, right? This is what everybody's going to get excited about. And I'm going to show you why we do this math. If we take that and divide it by 239 FTEs, we're talking about educators, the teachers, right? That's $4,600. We actually, in the 24-25 year, based upon where you're at on steps and where you are on the base, we gave 9,200 back to staff. That's 9,200. The reason we do what we do and give it directly back to staff, if I have $4,600 that came back to me as a pay as an employee, and I times it by 60%, because when I retire, I'm going to take 60% of that money. It's $2,700 a year. That's an increase. And I would say actuaries would tell you different. I hope I live for 20 years in retirement. We as a district and a decision as a committee and what we did through the system, we just put $55,000 back into a family's hand in Wyoming. That's why we make these decisions. We don't make these decisions because we're in, cahoots with the insurance agencies. I'm actually with WEPT. And to explain with WEPT, we have a good working relationship. We were with them, left and came back. They also know at WEPT that we hire an outside broker and they take all of our claims, they take all of our insurances, and they tear it apart and put it back together. Because when WEP comes to us and says, you're going to get a 6% increase, we're going to keep them honest. Because if we don't keep them honest, then we lose that opportunity for staff. The only reason I would say we do what we do as director of finances or business managers or whatever we want to call ourselves is we're trying to provide back to the educational process the best we possibly can. And the educational process, is how we pay staff. So we use an 80-20 split. And as we listen today and with us, we've transitioned to the 85-15. And the reason we've kind of transitioned is the last couple of years, whatever the ECA or the increase in the formula was, we sit down with our staff and we just said, we know that the affordability is not here. We're not going to do an 80-20 split. We're still paying utilities. We still bought a couple of desks. We need to put this back to staff. So for the last 3 consecutive years, 100% of the formula came back and went to staff. 100%. Nothing captured for anything else. We also sit down, when I first came here, it was kind of a rough ride dealing with staff as they negotiated back and forth. It kind of put, custodians against teachers, teachers against bus drivers. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. So we choose to use a formula. So when we do the 80-20, right off the top is health insurance and new hires. So we negotiate a lot about new hires. We just don't hire willy-nilly because that is probably possibly the cost to us. As we work down the formula, we do a 77-23. And what I mean by that is the new monies that come down. Thank you. The new monies that come down, if you're a full-time custodian and we have $2,000 on the base, it actually matches what the teachers do at $2,000 on the base. We have an equal formula that treats everybody the same. Sidebar, administration is not out of the 80, they're out of the 20. And for our record and for public record, our administration is dead last. They only get figured out the percent growth after we're done with the teachers and support staff. And we report to the board all those numbers. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we will adjourn for lunch and come back at, is it 2 p.m.? We'll come back at 2 p.m.